Midnight Swan is here. It's quiet, it's late, and there's nothing you need to do right now. Tonight, we'll rest while listening to What If Bella Was Derek Hale's anchor. Let's move into the video. I looked from suitcase to suitcase, unsure if I packed too much or too little. I was so into my thoughts, I jumped when I heard my phone ringing. I dashed to my bed to answer it. "Hello," I said. "Bella. Hey, so I'm just calling to clarify that your flight will land here at 10 a.m. tomorrow, right?" The female voice responded back. "Oh, hey Auntie Melissa. Yes, that's right. Are you sure you're okay with me living with you?" "I mean, I can find my own place," I said, worried that I'd be in the way. "Nonsense. Seriously, I'm really glad that there's going to be another girl in the house. We outnumber Scott," she said jokingly. I laughed at the thought. "All right then. I'll see you soon," I said as we hung up. "Oh, Aunt Melissa, ever the joker." I smiled at the though. UGHT of my intermediate family, the McCalls. Melissa was my dad's sister, and she had a son named Scott that was the same age as me, though he was a few months older than me. When we were younger, Dad would bring me there to Beacon Hills, CA to see them over the summer, or they would come up to Forks. We had a lot of fun those summers. Scott and I were like siblings. He was my best friend and protector. I couldn't wait to see him tomorrow. I sighed as I put away the rest of my stuff in my suitcases. I sat on the bed and felt something hard beneath me. I looked down to see the brown box of photos and mementos that my ex-boyfriend had left me. I picked up my favorite photos together. I was on his back wearing his baseball hat while we smiled at the camera, eyes gleaming with happiness. I smiled sadly at it. I missed my ex and his family of vegetarian vampires. An accident had happened when I had gotten a paper cut at his house and one of his brothers, Jasper, had attacked me. After that, Edward became distant and had soon left, promising to never return or leave anything behind, as I wasn't good enough for him. Funny though, because it seemed he did leave photos of us under my bed. When I first found it was hard to look at them again, but it made me happy because I finally knew that he did love me once upon a time. It was so hard to continue on with life after he left. I mean, I had already dreamed of my future being with him and his family as vampire. It took a few months to finally get back on my feet. I couldn't have done without my werewolf friends from La Push and my best human friend Angela. They helped me heal, and never abandoned me in my time of need. I smiled at the thought of them, knowing I would miss them so much. I turned to my left to look at myself in the mirror. Not just my life had changed, but my physical looks had too. I had not eaten a lot during my depression stage, so it seemed I had shrunken a few inches, bringing from 5'4" to 5'2". I frowned at that as if I wasn't short enough before. I had grown as months went. I had slight curves in all the right places, and my hair fell softly in dark chocolate curls that ended to the edge of my waist. I also had a wardrobe change too when I reshaped my whole closet by getting fashionable clothes and still being comfortable in them. I smiled at my reflection. Never had I felt so pretty until now. Edward leaving was a hard change, but I think it was a change I truly did need. Just like how I thought this move would be too. "Bella." I heard Charlie call out for me from downstairs. "Coming, Dad," I yelled back. I made my way down the stairs, my eyebrows furrowing as it was so dark. "Dad," I timidly called out. Suddenly the lights flashed on, and shouts of surprise were all I heard. I blinked and I led as I saw all my friends here with balloons and food all around. "Oh guys, you didn't have to do this," I said as I took the last step of the stairs. "We wanted to Bells," Charlie said as he walked over to me. He pulled me into his arms and gave me a big squeeze. "I'm going to miss so much Bells, but I'm happy that you're moving on." When he released me, I pecked his cheek lightly. "I'm going to miss you too, Dad." "Okay, enough love. It's time to party," I heard Paul bellowed. For the rest of the nights I bonded with my friends. We mostly laughed as time went by, but there was some crying that occurred. We hung out all night it seemed, because soon enough it was already 6:30 a.m. "Okay guys, we have to bring Bella to the airport," Charlie announced. I knew he was trying to hide his sadness, but I could still hear it in his voice. The pack tagged along, driving behind Charlie. Finally we were at the airport, and it was time to say goodbye. "I'll miss you and I love you, Dad. Please don't burn the house down," I said as I hugged him. "Quiet, Bells. I love you too, honey." Be safe, he said. I nodded back sadly at him. I turned to the pack, and my eyes found Angela's gaze first as I saw her. Leaning on her imprint, my best friend, Jacob Black. Come here, Ange, I said as I opened my arms to her. She jumped into them. Be safe. Don't forget to keep in touch, or I swear I will go over there and drag you back, she said. I laughed as I saw how serious she looked. I promise. I said goodbye to the rest of the pack, making sure they would all be okay until finally there was only one more person I had to say goodbye to. I turned around to see Jake looking at me with a sad gaze. Hey, come on now. You act like you won't see me again. Trust me, you'll have to do a lot harder than me moving away to get rid of me, Jacob Black. I said, trying to lighten the mood. It worked as he started laughing. Suddenly I was in his arms. It squeezed the life out of me. I gasped, trying to find air. Can't breathe. He chuckled as he let me down. I love you, honey. Be safe, he said as he pressed a kiss on my forehead. I gave him a big smile as I nodded. I looked at everyone's face, burning it to memory before turning around to head toward my plane, wondering what Beacon Hills would bring me. Scott Pav. Beep. Beep, beep. I groaned as I blindly tried to shut off my alarm. When I couldn't find it, I reluctantly got up with a groan of frustration. I finally stopped the stupid sound, and got ready for school. I went downstairs to see Isaac already dressed. Good morning, I said as I got a Pop-Tart from the pantry. Hey man, Isaac said. I think Styles is here. Do you mind if I ride with you guys? He asked a bit nervously. I smiled reassuringly at him. Yay man, no worries. I'm not taking the bike today anyways. We went outside, and Styles looked a bit shocked to see Isaac with me. He didn't say anything, but shot me a curious look. I mouthed to him later as we got in the car. I hope those douche twins don't start anything today, Styles said, breaking the silence. Isaac nodded in agreement. Tell me about it. But I gotta admit, it was awesome seeing Aiden get in trouble. We all laughed as we pictured his shock face in the school, before getting out of the car when Styles parked. Whoa, that's a nice car, Isaac said, nodding his head toward the car next to us. I couldn't help but agree. It was a dark silver Lexus's F-Sport sedan. Yay, I don't know cars, so if this is off, sorry. That looked brand new. Is there a new student coming to school? Because I don't remember any person here having a car like that. Since Jackson, Styles said. Maybe. Let's just hope this new student is normal, I said as I walked to class. I heard murmurs in agreement as Isaac and Styles caught up to me. We said goodbye to Isaac, as he went off in other direction to his class. So why was he at your house? Styles asked as we got seated in Mr. Harris' class. Derek said he didn't Isaac there anymore because he has his sister back. But I just think it's a load of bull. I think something happened, and he's trying to protect Isaac. You know how Derek is, he actually cares about his pack. STI. Les couldn't respond anymore as the English teacher, Ms. Blake, came in. All right class, Mr. Harris is not here right now, so I will be subbing this class. Before we begin, it seems we have a new student in our class. Ms. Swan, if you will join us. I shot a look to Styles and we were both shocked at the name. No, please don't tell me it's her. I did not want her involved in any of this. Sadly, as if the universe wasn't already against me, my beautiful little cousin walked in. I heard a lot of guys talking about getting at her, and I even heard Styles let out a whistle. I glared and let out a small snarl to him. He shot me an apologetic glance. If you can introduce yourself, Ms. Blake said. Hello, she said shyly in that soft bell-like voice of hers. Now don't get me wrong, I could never see Bella as anything but a little sister. It just sucks because I knew she was pretty. I knew they saw her angelic beauty like I did. But it was beauty that affected way differently than it did me. I mentally groaned. Why couldn't she have been ugly, I thought to myself as I cringed at the thought of all the guys trying to get at her. I'm Isabella Swan, but I prefer Bella. She finished saying. Well then, Ms. Swan, why don't you take a seat next to McCall, she said. She took the sit next to mine, and she turned at me with her classic dimpled smile. Surprised, she said mischievously. I gave her a grin of my own. Trust me, I'm surprised. She narrowed her eyes at me curiously. In a good or bad way? She said, worried for it to be the latter. My irritation at the guys flew away as I felt my face soften. I took her hand gently and gave it a small squeeze. Good way. Always in a good way. And it was. Though I hate all the danger she could get in from being here, I really am glad she's here. She was the baby sibling I always wanted. One of the people I could trust anything with. I haven't seen her in a while, and I'm glad that I could get the chance to have her to myself again. Now all I had to figure out was a way where she didn't find out about anything that was going on. We didn't really talk after that since I had to actually pay attention. Finally the bell rang and as I turned to get up, Styles was in front of me. "Geez Styles, calm down," I said. But he wasn't paying attention to me, he just kept looking at Bella. I finally gave him a light punch because he was staring for a bit too long. "Quit it," I growled at him. Suddenly he blinked and blushed when he realized what he was doing. I heard Bella giggle behind me. "Sorry man," he said before turning his attention back to Bella. "Look at you. Little Tinkerbella, all grown up, but I see you still haven't found that growth spurt." She glared back him, but I could tell she wasn't that mad. "Shut up Styles. You haven't changed. Ever the Joker." She walked past me to give him a hug. "I'm glad though. I've missed you Styles." "Well, who wouldn't miss me? I mean look at me," he said arrogantly as he gave her the hug back. "Hey, that's not fair. I didn't even get my hug yet," I said pouting slightly. "Bella paw." I laughed as I saw Scott's pout. Same old Scott. Still a kid at heart. I smiled as I got an idea. Before he even realized it, I jumped on him, wrapping my arms and legs around him. I nuzzled my face into the crook of his neck. "Missed you Scotty." I felt him kiss my forehead before pulling tighter into him. "Missed you too Belle C. As much as I hate to break this touchy reunion, can we go get some lunch?" "I'm starving," Styles said as we broke apart. As I made a move to walk out the classroom, I felt arm tug at me. "Hey, I thought we were going to the cafeteria," I said puzzled. I looked to Scott who was holding my wrist tightly, but still soft enough so that it wouldn't hurt. "What are you doing?" I stopped as I realized what he was looking at. I stayed quiet as I watched him observe my scar. He traced it slightly before glaring back at me. "What the hell is this Bella? What the hell is this Bella? Crap," I thought to myself. I tried to think of an excuse before my eye caught the time. 12:30. Saved by the bell or time in this situation. "Scott, it's nothing," I said calmly as I tried to pull my arm away. "That is not nothing. Bella," he said, letting go of my wrist. "Scott, not now, okay? I have to go to the guidance counselor. They want to make sure I am okay with this new environment." He tried to protest, but Styles clapped him on the shoulder. Scott glared at him, irritated at being interrupted. "You can talk later. Right now we have more important things to take care of," Styles said as he glanced down at his phone that was in his hand. Scott glanced at it for a moment to read the message before turning his gaze back at me. Later, his voice stern. I nodded back as my mind was now concentrated at their exchange. My intuition flickered. Something was up, and I was going to find out about it, whether they liked it or not, just after I visited the guidance counselor. "Hi, sorry I'm late," I said sheepishly as I sat across the lady that I assumed to be the guidance counselor. "That's no problem," she said with a smile. After I was settled, I turned my eyes to really look at her. She was a beautiful young woman who, from the lovely colored complexion, was from African American ethnicity. Her eyes captivated me. They held such wisdom that I felt wasn't appropriate for a girl who barely looked the age past 25. However, there was an off feeling about her. "So, Ms. Morell, what would you like to ask me?" I said, as I got comfortable. For who knows how long we talked about how much I had been moved around due to my parents' divorce, my mother remarrying, my moving to Forks, which was a bit hard to talk about, but thankfully she didn't question much about it, and finally me staying here. "It seems you really haven't had a stable home," she said as she wrote things down. I narrowed my eyes at that. I didn't like when people made assumptions. Yes, I may have been moved from place to place. But home is where the people I love are, so in a way I have many homes, I said. She nodded and smiled as if she knew I would say something like that. It aggravated me even more, though I didn't say anything, as I wanted to get out of here as quickly as possible. "That's a funny looking scar. Where did you get it?" she said as she looked down at my left wrist. I mentally groaned. First Scott and Styles, now her. Geez, why did people have to start noticing now? I don't know. I'm really clumsy, so half of the injuries or scars I have don't really bother or surprise me, I spoke. Half of it being part true. That scar, I could never forget where that came from. She was silent as she looked at me. I forced myself not to squirm underneath her gaze. Are we done here? I demanded. She smiled back once again. Yes. I hope you enjoy your next 2 remaining years here, Bella. And if you ever need to talk, my door is open. I nodded back politely before scurrying out the door. Gosh, that woman gave me the creeps. I shook off the weird feeling I got about her and went to my next class. As I was walking, I saw Lydia with another girl. I would have said hi, but I didn't want to intrude on their conversation. However, before I could turn the corner, she had spotted me. Bella, she questioned in surprise. I smiled at her, as I walked over to her. Hi Lydia. She smiled back. It is you. You look great. So you're the new student. That's even better. I laughed at her enthusiasm. Yay, I thought the move would help me get away from things, I guess you could say. She looked at me knowingly. Bad breakup, she said sympathetically. I felt my gaze drop to the floor in response. She squeezed my hand in comfort. Well, screw him. We'll find you a new boy toy here. I laughed at her comment before hugging her. It's really good to see you. I've really missed you. I've missed you too. Oh, I'm sorry. Bella, this is Allison. Allison, this is Bella. She's Scott's cousin. She's also an old friend of Jackson's. The pretty brunette seemed to understand now how Lydia and I were so close then. It's nice to meet you, Bella. I used to be new around here too, so if you need help with anything, just let me know. I can even help you deal with your bad breakup too, she said as she gave me a friendly wink. I smiled back in response, thinking that maybe we'd get along. She's also Scott's ex-girlfriend. But don't worry. They're still friends, Lydia said as she rolled her eyes at the word friend. Hey, people can still be friends after they break up, Allison said defensively. I hope that doesn't make things weird between us, she said as she looked at me with worry in her eyes. I waved my hand at her worry. Relax, if your guys are still friends, then that means there wasn't bad blood in the end. And I agree with her, Lydia. You can still be friends with an ex, I said, thinking about how Ben and Angela were still pretty good friends considering the breakup. Lydia shrugged at my response. Let's talk later, okay Bella? We've got to get to class now. I nodded back in response. Maybe I'll actually have a normal life here. But then again, when were normal and I ever friends to begin with? Bella paused. As I sat down in my seat, I smiled happily that Lydia and I were still friends despite the fact that her and Jackson were over. I sighed at the thought of his name. I can still remember when Jackson and I had met years ago. Around 3 years ago when Bella was 14. I was jogging on a track when all of a sudden I bumped into someone. Oops, sorry, I said sheepishly. I looked up to see a really tall guy. Watch where you're going, pipsqueak. A guy behind him said. I mumbled a sorry before turning around to walk away. Suddenly I felt a tight grip on my wrist. Hey now. Look, you dirtied my shoes. Surely there's something you can do about it, the man I bumped into said. They started to move in closer, and just when I was about to scream, another voice appeared. Hey. I turned around to see a young teen around my age walk up to us. He was lanky, but still had some muscles. From what I could see, he could still tower over me, though that wasn't really hard to do as I was only 5 foot. The closer he came, the more I realized it was Jackson Whitmore. He's 15 right now. He walked in between the guy and me and I couldn't help but curl myself into his backside. I grabbed the back of his shirt without thinking as the fear of what would come next. Back off now, or you'll regret it, Jackson growled at them. I assumed that something about his expressee on made them hesitate as they glared at him and walked away. He then turned around and glowered at me. What were you thinking? A girl like you should never be alone. You could get hurt. I flinched back at his tone, but didn't respond. I'm sorry, I said chokingly as I felt tears blocking my gaze. I quickly wiped them away before he could see. He sighed before grabbing my hand and tugging me in to the opposite direction of my cousin's house. When he didn't start talking, I began to his questions. Where are we going? He looked at me through the corner of his eye before looking ahead. My house. You need to ice your wrist. That dick grabbed you pretty roughly. As he said this, I felt his thumb gently stroke my wrist. I looked down to see it was already turning a light shade of purple. Didn't say anything else as we made our way toward his house. I tried not to look like an idiot as I looked around amazed at the sight of his house. He released my hand and pointed toward the stairs. My room is the first door to the left. Go up there while I go get you some ice. I didn't bother to disobey as I feared he'd get upset. I was surprised to find his room quite neat, since Scott's usually always had some kind of mess. Maybe it was just Scott. I sat down on his bed and waited for him to come up. He soon opened the door and carefully wrapped an ice pack around my wrist. I frowned when I noticed that his hand was all scratched up and slightly bruised. Before I knew what I was doing, I grabbed his hand in both of mine. "What happened?" I said as I gently ran my hands through the cut. He shrugged. I punched my sports locker. I frowned before getting up. I looked around the room and found a small first aid kit on one of his shelves. I took his hand and placed it on my lap, and began to clean the cuts. "You're not going to ask why I punched my locker?" I looked up at him and smiled. "You don't have to answer to me, Jackson. You know my name," he said as a statement more than as a question. "Who are you?" he demanded curiously. "I'm Bella Swan. I'm Scott McCall's cousin. I visit here practically every summer. And everyone knows who Jackson Whitmore is," I said jokingly. "I heard about him from Scott and Styles. He was the only freshman to have made varsity team. He got attention from all the girls, and apparently was a big rich egoistic jerk." "You're not as bad as I thought you were." He raised his eyebrows at me, amused. "Oh, and what have you heard about me?" "I heard you're a big shot even though you're a freshman because you made varsity lacrosse, and that you're a rich jerk who's smart. But I think you're not as big as a jerk as you let people let on." He furrowed his eyebrows. "Why would you say that?" "Because you saved me," I said softly. "You could be a jerk. But I think that you're just lonely. It must be a lot of pressure to have to always be the best." He glared at me and took his hand away once I finished nursing it. "You know you make a lot of assumptions. Especially when you only just met me." I smiled back, ignoring his glare. "Yet you haven't denied any of my assumptions." I took back his hand and gave it a squeeze. "Don't worry. You're not alone anymore." He didn't smile back, but after a while he gave my hand a squeeze back. Since then, Jackson and I got even closer. Every summer, we'd hang out and he'd climb through my window and stay the night with me most of the time. But if my auntie didn't have work, I would stay at his house. We talked about anything and everything. It took me a while, but I got him to let down some of those walls he'd put up around other people. Scott really didn't understand our relationship, but I was glad he accepted it no matter how reluctant he was. To be honest, our relationship, to other people, could be quite confusing. We were very touchy around each other. Not like kissing, but we held hands and embraced a lot. He never said it, but I knew he enjoyed the warmth and security I brought him. I sighed. I wished he still lived here. Right when I decided to move here, he had already left for London weeks ago. I rolled my eyes at that. I might have to take up his offer to come visit since I missed him so much. I haven't seen him in so long. The bell rang and I jumped up in surprise. At least the teacher didn't call on me. While I was daydreaming, I thought to myself as I exited the class. I felt relieved that my first day was officially over, and that I hadn't made a fool of myself. As I walked over to my locker, a thought went through my head, and I froze for a moment. Crap, what was I going to tell Scott and Styles? Here's a rundown if you're just reading this one. Bella moved in with cousin and Aunt Melissa. Isaac had already moved in with Scott, but hasn't met Bella yet. Her first day is still going on. And Scott and Styles already saw her scar. She doesn't know what to tell them and she ran into her old friend Lydia. She also met Allison along the way. Most importantly, she hasn't met Derek yet and she doesn't know about the werewolves yet. Crap, what was I going to say to him? I'm a terrible liar, and I hate lying to Scott. Besides, he always knows if I'm hiding something from him. But that strange sense goes both ways. I couldn't help but feel as though he was hiding something from me too. I sighed, thinking what exactly he could be hiding. Suddenly I could hear voices arguing. I frowned and looked around me, but there was nobody in the hallway with me. "Hello," I said aloud. Nobody answered but I could still hear the voices. I couldn't hear the words they were saying. But one sounded familiar. Feeling something was off, I walked faster out of the hallway. Just when I was about to turn the corner, I bumped into a hard chest. I almost fell, but a strong hand grabbed me before I could. I looked up at my savior and smiled. "Danny," I exclaimed happily. He blinked at me confused, before he finally recognized who I was. "Bella," he exclaimed, while wrapping his arms around me in a hug. I laughed and returned the hug. We embraced for another moment before letting go, but Danny linked our hands together before guiding us to what I assume is the exit. "How are you? And can I just say you look stunning. If only Jackson was here to see you now," his voice getting quieter at the mention of his best friend. I squeezed his hand comfortingly. "Thank you, Danny. You look amazing yourself, it's a shame you're gay." "I'm dealing, I guess you can say." He looked at me questioningly, and I began telling him all about Edward minus all the supernatural stuff of course. "He's an ass. You deserve much better," he said, anger clearly visible in his tone. I released his hand and wrapped it around his waist, while bringing his face down with my other hand. I pecked his cheek, knowing he'd understand my appreciation. We had gotten quite close from the summers of spent here in Beacon Hills when Jackson introduced us. I forgot how much I missed his presence. Danny wrapped his arm around me, and gave me a brief kiss on the forehead. "Are you guys still in contact?" I nodded back. "Yes we are. He says that London is gorgeous. He actually wants me to come visit him. But then I told him I was moving here. He was a bit peeved that I moved to Beacon Hills, right after he left." Danny laughed. "That's not surprising. You guys always did have a close relationship. I'm guessing he didn't stay that mad, since he could never stay mad at you." My lack of response just made him laugh harder as he knew he was right. We had just exited the school, where we heard voices arguing. "What's going on?" I asked when I saw Scott and Styles speaking with 4 other people. Danny shrugged, but I could tell he was curious too. I decided to take matters in my own hands. As they didn't seem to notice Danny and I coming closer. "Scott?" I questioned loudly. They all turned around to see Danny and me. "What's going on, Ethan?" Danny asked curiously, probably feeling the tension the group carried around them. The pretty tall blonde one with brown eyes walked toward us as he spoke. "It's nothing," Ethan said as he glared at my cousin and I'm guessing his friends for a moment. Before setting his eyes on me. "Who's your friend?" he asked as he saw Danny's arm around me. I thought I heard a bit of a jealous edge into the question as well. I forced back a smile, as I realized this may have been Danny's new love interest. "This Bella. She's a really good friend of mine that recently just moved here." "Bella, this is Ethan. He's a new friend of mine," he said, blushing at that end. I gave him an amused glance before offering my hand to Ethan. "It's nice to meet you, Ethan," I said. He took my hand and brushed his lips across my knuckles. I blushed at the gesture. He looked into my eyes and I could have sworn I saw shock, but it disappeared as quickly as it came. My ears must be messing with me too, because I could have sworn I heard a couple growls from where Scott and his friends were. "It's a pleasure, Bella. Any friend of Danny's is a friend of mine," Ethan responded back charmingly. I giggled as he let go of my hand. "Ooh, I like you. I hope to get to know you. But I'm assuming you and Danny have plans. So, I'll see you later, Ethan." I turned my head to Danny. "We'll talk later, Kay." He just nodded his head, and the two walked away. When they were out eyesight, I turned back to the group before me. "So does anyone want to explain to me what that was about?" I demanded, while glaring at all of them. "It's like Ethan said. Nothing bells," Scott responded. I rolled my eyes at his lame response. "I call bullshit. You won't tell me the truth now." He stayed silent, so I turned my gaze onto Styles, who practically flinched back. "Don't look at me. My lips are closed." He even did that zipping up his mouth movement with his fingers. I walked toward their group until I was in front of Scott. I grabbed his head with my hands, and forced him to look me in the eye. A moment of silence passed between us before I finally spoke. "What are you hiding?" I whispered up at him. He looked troubled before giving out a big sigh. He leaned his forehead against mine, before placing a kiss upon it. It may have looked as a gesture of affection, but I knew it was a promise to tell me everything later. I released him, feeling pleased that I'd be in the loop in whatever it was. I turned back to the other 3 strangers before introducing myself. "I don't believe we've met. I'm Bella Swan," I said with a smile. "Boyd," the tall, bald, and bulky African-American teen said. He was looking at me with caution. I assumed that he was trying to decide if I was a danger or not. Isaac Leahy, the tall, dark sandy brown curled teen said with a small smile. There was caution in his bluish-gray eyes, but also curiosity. I titled my head at him. I had a feeling that he's had a rough time with life from. Lastly I turned my head at the last person I didn't know. I tried to keep my face as blank as possible, since I didn't want the others to see my shock. Wow, out of the three I thought this stranger was the best looking. He was tall too, maybe 5 feet 11 or 6 feet 0 with almost black hair. His eyes though are what really captured me. They were like a dark ice blue color, but they looked so guarded. It saddened me a bit at the thought of someone hurting that he had to put such a guarded wall up. Wait, what was I thinking? I just met the guy. I didn't even know his name. Derek Hale, he said simply. There was no caution in his eyes when we made eye contact. That surprised me, since he was so guarded and usually people tended to be cautious when meeting a new stranger. Instead I saw only open curiosity and dare I say it affection. Snap out of it, Bella. Early you were hearing voices. Now you're reading into things that aren't even there. I cleared my throat to clear away my nerves before speaking back. Well, it's nice to meet you all. How do you know Scott? Isaac asked curiously. You guys look pretty comfortable with each other. Bella's my cousin. She's going to be staying with us, since she just moved here from Washington. I turned Ned around and raised an eyebrow at Scott. Us? I questioned. Oh yay. Isaac is staying with us at the moment. I nodded back in response before smiling back at Isaac. Well, as much as fun this was, I think I'm going to head home. You guys coming? I said to Scott and Isaac. They nodded and we said goodbye to the others. When we got home, I unpacked my stuff before heading to Scott's room to find out what he was hiding. I knocked on his door, but I get no answer, so I just went inside. No one was in here, but I spotted a note on his bed. Bella, Isaac and I went out for some Mexican. I know I have a lot of explaining to do. But I promise I will soon. Don't wait up. Mom's working the night shift, so you have the house to yourself tonight. Be safe. Scott. I frowned in disappointment. I wasn't the patient type, but I had no choice. I went back to my room where my phone was ringing. Hello, Bella. I smiled at the voice. Hi Angela. What's up? Not much. Just checking in. How's Beacon Hills? It's good. But I trailed off, not knowing how to explain. But what? I could hear the worry in her voice. It's just, I don't know. Something's up with this town, but I don't know what exactly. I just have this feeling that something is going to happen, and that everything is going to change. Really? Bella, are you sure you should stay there then? Maybe you should move back, Angela said. I can't. I've made my choice. And there's this part of me that knows I need to be here in Beacon Hills, I said as I remembered blue eyes staring at me. Well, okay then. I can't stop you, just stay safe. We talked a little bit more after that before saying goodbye around 10 p.m. After that I drifted off to sleep, the tiredness from the flight getting to me. Bella's dream, a small 5-year-old girl, was sitting on rock viewing the sunset that was setting under the beach. Pretty, the little girl thought. Izzy, 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 was yelled behind her by a couple of voices. The young girl turned around. Two blonde identical faces stare at her with happiness. There you are, Izzy, one of the twins said as they walked toward her. They looked to be her age, but the twins were already taller than her by several inches. Yay, we've been looking for you everywhere, the other one exclaimed. The girl then turned sheepish. Sorry, I just wanted to see the sunset. Isn't it pretty? She exclaimed before smiling sadly at it. If it's so pretty, then why are you sad, Izzy? One of the twins said, looking at her in concern. Well, when it's over that means it's nighttime. And the nighttime is kinda scary because it's so dark. She said, frowning at the thought of darkness. What if I get lost, and no one will find me because it's too dark? Suddenly she felt someone hold her hand, and she looked up and met a pretty set of hazel eyes. Don't worry, if you ever got lost in the dark we'll find you. We'll always be there if it's dark, so you don't ever have to be scared. The other twin took her other hand and squeezed it reassuringly. We'll always find you, little one. Before the little girl could say anything, a loud noise erupted. Beep, beep, beep. I frowned at the noise, before realizing it was my alarm. I groaned before getting up to shut it off. As I got ready, I couldn't help but think of that dream. She could tell that the little girl was her, but who were the twin boys? She couldn't ever recall ever meeting them. But she recognized the beach. It was La Push Beach. So was that a dream, or a recall of memory? I sighed, knowing I wouldn't get an answer. I looked at the clock and froze. Crap, I had 15 minutes to get to school. I quickened my pace as I headed down the stairs. I was just about to leave. I saw a note on the kitchen table. Bella, Scott and Isaac left early as they going to a cross-country meet somewhere out of town. Thought I'd let you know you'd have the house to yourself for today. There's some meatloaf in the fridge for your dinner. Have a good day, Aunt Melissa. I pouted at the part where Scott wouldn't be here. It meant that she wouldn't get her answers until later. I sighed before hurrying into my car. I couldn't escape a feeling that today would be very interesting. Despite the thought of school being interesting, Bella couldn't have been more wrong. She had forgotten that since that Scott, Styles, and Danny were on the cross-country team and wouldn't be at school. Also, Lydia and Allison were nowhere to be found. So she was at school alone, bored with no one to talk to. Bella almost yelled in happiness when the bell that signaled school was over rang. Like yesterday, Bella began to hear noises that weren't even in her hearing range. But this time she could recognize the voice. It was the voice of the new English teacher, Ms. Jennifer Blake. She recognized her voice that was making a screaming noise along with a heavy object dropping on the ground. It sounded almost like a body dropping from, Bella observed. She closed her eyes to focus more on what Ms. Blake was saying. Derek, oh my gosh, what happened? I need to get you out of here, Ms. Blake had said. Bella blinked back in shock that she was actually hearing this. Beef. Or she could run over to where she thought the conversation was coming from. She saw from the corner of her eye Ms. Blake's car leaving the school from out the window. Rather than thinking over how her hearing had just heightened, she began to gather her stuff to follow the teacher's direction as she feared of what might have happened to the gorgeous stoic blue-eyed stranger she had just met. Just as she began to quicken her pace, she heard a big bang echo throughout the hallway. This time it was actually in a normal hearing range. Her thoughts on following after Derek disappeared, as her nerves began to creep up on her at the noise. She walked quietly to the end of the hallway, and peeked her head to the side to see a figure leaning on the lockers. Bella, being Bella, ignored the self-preservation that was making itself shown inside her, and walked to the figure. As she got closer she could see a big dent in one of the lockers next to the figure. She also noticed that the figure looked like an exact copy of Ethan. But she somehow knew that this wasn't him at all. The look-alike Ethan turned around abruptly. Bella hid her shock well as suddenly bright red crimson eyes were glaring down at her. But Bella couldn't find it in her to feel fear at the lookalike's mean glare. Just like Ethan, there was shock in his eyes when their eyes met, but unlike Ethan, this one didn't hide it. Rat. He moved in closer until their noses were a couple inches apart. She saw his eyes close as he inhaled her scent. His eyes were still a crimson red when he opened them, but they seemed less harsh and more curious when they connected with Bella's. Without thinking, Bella reached up and laid her hand gently on his cheek, and stroked it as the red in his eyes slowly faded and revealed a set of hazel eyes. Bella's breath stopped for a moment as she realized that this was one of the pairs of eyes she saw in her dream, which meant that whoever this person was and Ethan were the little twin boys in her dream. But why was dreaming about people she never met before, or had they? What's your name? The lookalike's deep baritone voice said, breaking the silence that passed between the two. Isabella. Isabella Swan, Bella whispered, as she somehow couldn't speak at a regular volume. And then suddenly she was pulled into a strong, firm embrace. She didn't push away though. The embrace felt familiar, warm, and safe. Even his scent smelled familiar. It was of orange blossoms and lime, but it also had an edge of spice in it. She pulled her arms around his waist and tugged him closer to her, reveling in the safety of his arms. Aiden. Bella whispered before her eyes rolled back and all she could see was darkness. Aiden Pav. Aiden, she whispered, before I felt her body lean heavily on me. Quickly, I swept her in my arms. Bella, I asked, alarmed at the fact that she had passed out. It must be due to shock, I thought as I looked in bag for her keys since she couldn't ride on my bike passed out. After grabbing her keys I ran out to her car making sure that we weren't seen by anyone. I buckled her in, and sped off to Ethan and mine's house that we bought to have some space away from the rest of the Alpha Pack. It was a house hidden in the woods, but had trails big enough for cars to drive through. Once parked, I brought her inside and laid her on my bed and waited. Now that I knew she was safe in my sight, I sat down on the floor across from her sleeping figure and just looked at her. She had grown up so beautifully, I thought mournfully. I've missed so much, I whispered to myself. It hurt to know that we had missed so much of her life, but that wouldn't happen anymore. I vowed there and then to stay with her, and protect her from anything. I could still remember my father's words ringing clearly in my mind when my brother and I had made that silent vow to be by her side to protect always. Aiden's memories. Bella, get down from there. A 6-year-old Aiden said, as he saw cute little 5-year-old Bella climb up a tree. No, Bella said indignantly as she made herself comfortably on a branch. You're going to fall down. A young Ethan said beside Aiden. Aiden rolled his eyes, tired of not being listened to. Come on Ethan, let's go since a certain somebody doesn't want to listen us. The twins left the young Bella up in a tree, and headed inside to watch TV. Not even half an hour later, they heard something snap, a large bang, and a cry out of pain. As fast as they could, the twins ran outside to see Bella on the ground cradling her bleeding arm with her uni-eared one and their father kneeling beside her. Daddy, it hurts. Bella cried out as their father cooed at her. Hush little one, I know it hurts. I'll make it better, I promise, he said in his stern voice that Aiden could always remember softening whenever Bella was around. Then their father brought Bella's arm to his lips and closed his eyes. Aiden and Ethan watched as the cut on Bella's arms began to get smaller and the blood began to stop flowing as much. Cyrus, their father said, and in a flash a member of the pack came forward. Bring her inside and clean the cut. Then wrap it around in a bandage so it won't be infected. I need to have a chat with my boys. Cyrus silently took Bella from his alpha's arms and casted a sympathetic gaze to the young twins before walking away. Ethan and Aiden shared a nervous glance before looking at their father. Boys, didn't I tell you to watch your sister? We explained to him what happened and that Bella wouldn't listen, but it seemed it just angered the alpha more as his eyes began to glow red. Unacceptable, he growled, and the twins flinched back in fear. Their father took a deep breath before talking again in a softer tone. Boys, one day you're going to take care of the pack. You'll be alpha and there are many responsibilities that come with that position. Especially with Bella. Bella will not be alpha obviously. However, your sister is special. Though she doesn't have the ability to shift, she somehow got some of the supernatural abilities that come with being with a wolf. Not only that, Bella is an alpha's daughter and the youngest and only sibling of the alphas to be. She's blood and pack. She's going to be in much threat to other packs as she has a big say in what happens, which means packs may view her as a way to hurt us. And not only that, she's family. And we protect our women, right boys? Right, the boys chorused simultaneously, feeling guilty that they had left Bella by herself. They vowed then and there. They'd always protect her no matter what. Their father smiled at them, pleased at their reactions. Good. Why don't we go check on her, huh? End of memory. I sighed. That memory was practically from another life. Soon after, hunters had ambushed the pack house with wolfsbane and mountain ash before setting the house on fire. Luckily, Ethan and I had survived. We thought we were the only ones that had survived. Apparently not, I thought bitterly as I continued to stare at my baby sister's figure. The question is, how did she survive? Bella began to stir and stretch her body. Well, it looks like I'm going to get my answers. Bella paused. I opened my eyes and looked around to see that this wasn't my bed or house for that matter. I suddenly got the feeling that someone was looking at me before I turned my head and met a certain set of hazel eyes. Hi, I said shyly, after realizing whom this person was to me. After I passed out, it seems that all the memories from when I was little finally came back to me. Good timing, I thought, as I knew it must have hurt to believe that my brothers were dead. Hi, he said quietly. Do you? He started saying hesitantly. I nodded, already knowing what his question would be. I remember everything. He looked relieved and finally came to sit on the end of the bed to be closer to me. So do you mind telling me how you're alive? He asked calmly. I could tell he was dying to know what happened all those years ago. Aunt Renee saved me. Charlie was with her at the time and he was the one that broke the seal. Our mother spotted her, and threw me out the window. Aunt Renee caught me. And I could remember Mom telling Charlie and Renee to run as fast as we could. I woke up in the hospital a few days later with only the memory of a burning say and the knowledge that Renee and Charlie were not my parents. Renee explained that they died in a fire. I was distraught, especially since I couldn't remember them. The doctor said it might be I'm protecting myself from harm, that I couldn't remember anything in the first 6 years of my life. I guess that's why Renee never told me about you. Or she probably thought I would need to remember on my own. So, her and Charlie adopted and took care of me ever since. I guess seeing you and Ethan was a big enough trigger that allowed me to finally unlock those memories. What about you? How are you alive? I said, desperate to know what had happened to them as well. Well, while you with Mother, Father was with Ethan and I guess he felt the seal broke as created a hole small enough for us to escape through. He explained how there was a safety house deep in the woods with a safe that held sacred information in it. He gave us the directions to the house and told us to run there as fast as we could. We did as we were told. And I don't even think a couple hours later we felt the alpha power surge in us. That's when we realized that Dad was dead, he said mournfully at the end. I couldn't bear seeing him sad. So I crawled closer to him, and curled myself around his arm as a sign of comfort. He smiled at me and thanks. You remember how one becomes an alpha, right? I shook my head. Not really. It was so long ago when Dad explained it to me. The most common way is by killing another alpha. The other two are quite rare. It's called the true alpha ways, though most only know of one way. It's only if you have true strength of character will the power of alpha be given to the wolf. The last one is the way Ethan and I gained the power. Because our family had a long list of alphas in our family history. The power is given to the next of kin in a way. The firstborn or borns, in Ethan and mine's case, of an alpha if his family alpha line is strong enough is next in line for the alpha power in a pack. Kind of like how the firstborn of a king gets the throne in a way. I nodded back in understanding. Before I could comment, Aiden began to continue his story. Ethan and I couldn't sleep that night. We mourned the death of our pack family, Father and Mother, and especially you. We had found the safe, which had large amounts of money in it along with a certificate that stated this money was to be given to Ethan, you, and I. There was also a phone number of a close family friend of Dad's in the safe. We called the number, and Alfred took us in and cared for us. When Ethan and I unlocked and embraced the alpha power on our 16th birthday, we knew it was time to leave Alfred since we didn't want him to be in danger. He helped us create emancipation papers that allowed us to be legal adults. And with the money that our parents left us we could live as comfortably as we wanted. His face became grim as he continued. It had been 6 months after we left Alfred. We were doing fine, traveling around, while also doing online schooling to get out high school diplomas. But we didn't realize that a pack was following us. We tried to leave their area in peace, but the alpha could smell our power and wanted it. So we had no choice but to fight. That was how Deucalion, Callie, and Ennis, a pack of just alphas, found us after the fight was over. They thought that we obtained the alpha power by killing the alpha of the pack that attacked us, and asked us if we wanted to join them. We didn't want them to really know how we became alphas and said yes, only if we could leave the pack whenever we wished to if we wanted to. Deucalion agreed and we'd been with them ever since. I frowned in confusion. Wait, why are you here in Beacon Hills though? Aiden then explained what has happened in Beacon Hills the past year. He's basically retelling season 1 and 2 to Bella. Scott's a werewolf, I exclaimed in disbelief. Well, now you know what he was going to tell you, I thought to myself. But then I felt anger build up inside at all the trouble Jackson got himself in, and didn't bother to call. He probably didn't tell me though because he didn't want me to get hurt. Aiden nodded back before frowning back at me in confusion. Why are you in Beacon Hills? I hid back my flinch. I knew he wouldn't like what I had to say. Do you remember La Push Beach, where Mom and Dad would bring us on occasion when we visited Charlie and Aunt Renee? When he nodded, I continued my story. Well, when Charlie and Aunt Renee split up, I moved back to a town called Forks next to it. Opening parenthesis. Then Bella begins to explain everything that happened in Twilight all the way up to meeting the wolves. Sorry, I don't feel like repeating all that information. When I finished my story, Aiden's eyes were back to a glowing red. What? He snarled. That bastard. I grabbed his head in my hands before he began shifting. Aiden. Hey, it's okay. It's all in the past. I'm over it. He started taking deep breaths before finally relaxing in my hold. Gosh, Belle, don't you know anything about self-preservation? He sniped at me. I rolled my eyes and ignored his jab. Well, those wolves aren't really werewolves. He stated, getting back to the topic at hand. I nodded back, figuring that out as I told my story. They're probably a type of shapeshifters, since the wolf gene is genetic and not affected at all by the moon. Anyway, I moved here to have a new start in a way. Aunt Melissa is Charlie's sister, and her and Scott are practically family to me even though I'm adopted. They know that too, in case you're wondering. So what now? I asked, wanting to know what's going to happen next. He didn't seem to understand my question, and I rolled my eyes at his idiocy. It's obvious the Alpha Pack and Scott and his friends aren't on good terms. I need to know what's going to happen. I mean, you're my brother, but Scott's my family too, I said. Aiden was silent for a moment. I honestly don't know. I mean, Ethan doesn't even know you're alive. But you are. And I don't want Deucalion finding out about your relation to Ethan and I. Be that as it may, we are still loyal to him. But whatever happens, and if anything gets too out of hand, just know I'll follow you anywhere. We've been separated long enough, and I'm not letting go of you ever again. He declared firmly. Tears slid down my cheeks, surprised at his declaration. I tackled him, and he fell on the floor since he was at the end of the bed. I clung onto his neck and cried at all the time we've lost together. I cried on top of him until I drifted off into a dreamless sleep. I groaned as I stretched out my body, and rubbed the sleep from my eyes. I looked around and noticed I was still in Aiden's room with Aiden nowhere in sight. I was about to call out for him until I noticed a note on his bedside table. Bella. Pack stuff came up. You slept for quite a long time, probably because we didn't fall asleep until 5 a.m., since there was so much to talk about. And also you must be tired after gaining all your memories back. Don't worry about school. I texted Melissa from your phone saying you needed a day to get used to this move. Anyways, stay safe. Love always. Aiden. I sighed in relief, at least he covered for me. I looked around, till I found a clock, 7 p.m. it said. I blinked in surprise. I had slept for quite a while. I should head home now before people, namely Scott, start to ask questions. Speaking of Scott, what should I tell him? Should I tell him about Ethan and Aiden when he finally tells me about what's going on? Even Huff, I already know everything that's happened. I groaned in frustration since I didn't really know what to do. And to think I thought yesterday wouldn't be interesting. First overhearing Derek tilde, oh my gosh, Derek. I blinked in shock that I had totally forgotten about what I heard yesterday. I turned my car around in the direction to where he was currently residing, which I know thanks to Aiden, who had told me. As I parked in front of the abandoned apartment building, I noticed Styles's car next to it as well. Suddenly, I had this feeling that tonight wouldn't go well. I quickly ran inside and hit the button that went up to the penthouse suite. I exited out of the elevator just in time to see jolts of electricity spasm every figure that was in the water, and Isaac with Ms. Blake on the ground. Take him. I saw who I assumed to be Callie growl as she began to grab Boyd by the throat. No, I screamed as I realized what she was planning to do. I noticed my brothers freeze at the sound of my voice as they stopped their movements. Callie, believing they were being too slow, dropped Boyd harshly on the floor and grabbed Derek's claw hand in hers. Before I could try and stop her, Aiden had grabbed me around the waist to stop me from running into the water. It was too late though, she had already dug Derek's claws deep into the spot Boyd's abdomen. Then everything became in slow motion as Boyd took a painful breath in. As Derek transformed back to human in horrifying shock. I'm giving you, till the next full moon, Derek. Join the pack, or next time I'm killing all of you, Callie said as she sashayed arrogantly away. I looked at the twins, who were looking at me with worry and regret in their eyes. I nodded at them, signaling that we'd talk later, and Aiden walked away, not wanting to break cover. It was Ethan though that stayed where he was for a moment, staring at me with longing, and I stared longingly back. But right now wasn't the time. I encouraged him with my eyes to follow Aiden, which he reluctantly did after a moment, leaving us to look on in shock as Boyd took his last breath and fell back into the water. I blinked back the tears that tried to escape my eyes as we realized Boyd was gone. I looked behind me as I heard paddles of feet running closer in this direction. Styles and Lydia entered along with who I thought to be was Derek's sister, Cora, whom all looked horrified at what they found. Cora ran ahead into the water and leaned into Boyd's body crying as she realized that there was no pulse. Derek sat on in the water looking at the scene with horror at what had just happened. I frowned at Ms. Blake, who was just watching everything unfold in front of her. I knew she had been brought as bait, but yet she made no move forward to comfort Derek. After realizing that, I slowly walked toward him, not caring that I was getting wet. I kneeled in front of him, trying to block him from looking at Boyd's body. His eyes focused on me, and I saw the guilt and agony clear in his eyes. I took his head in my hands and pulled him toward me, wrapping him in my arms as I stroked his back in comfort. He placed his forehead into the crook of my neck and pulled me in tighter toward him. I continued to stroke his back in comfort as his body shook with sobs. Suddenly he roared, causing everyone to jump at the suddenness of it, at the loss of one of his pack members. It was so loud that the glass windows shook at the sound. Tears of my own streamed down silently as I comforted the alpha. Though I didn't know him, it was sad to see someone so young die as an innocent. Now, all I could do was offer comfort to those who truly were close to him. With that thought, I tugged Derek closer, if that were even possible, since he had such an iron grip around me. I don't know how long we stayed like that, but Derek and I finally separated when we heard a paddle of feet running this way. Styles, what's wrong? Why is it so quiet? Scott questioned as he entered, but stopped speaking as he Boyd on the floor, not moving. Oh God, he breathed, as he made his way closer to where Boyd and Cora were. He took a moment to examine him before nodding his head down at Boyd as a sign of respect. As he began to inspect the rest of his surroundings, he finally noticed me in Derek's arms. Bella, he questioned. Bella, he exclaimed as he got a better look at me. He ran forward and kneeled in front of me. Are you all right? Are you hurt? I frowned at him in confusion until I realized that I had Derek's and maybe some of Boyd's blood on me from being so close to Derek. I placed a hand on his cheek to help calm him down, but didn't escape from Derek's embrace. I'm fine. It's not mine, I said reassuringly. Scott's shoulders relaxed at that. Thank goodness, he said as he placed a tender kiss on my forehead. What happened? He questioned. Before anyone could start talking, I spoke. Derek, why don't we get you cleaned up? Do you have a room here? I asked, not wanting him in here to have to retell what had just happened. Upstairs. I remodeled the master bedroom, along with the bathroom connected to it. He said quietly. I nodded back in response before taking his hand in mine, and leading him up the stairs. I saw Cora give me a thankful look as we passed by her. As we entered the master bedroom, I couldn't help but be in awe at it. Wow, talk about a remodel. It was very big, that had a living space with 2 sofa couches and a coffee table, along with a kind bed on the side. The room was well decorated with all neutral colors with all kinds of shades of white, brown, cream, and black. I found the door for the bathroom on the right side of the wall, and led him toward it. Again, I couldn't help but be in awe at the remodeling. There was a shower that was encased in glass doors, and hot tub beside it. Opposite of that were 2 sinks on top of a gorgeous cherry wood table. I shook my head and focused at the task at hand. I pushed him gently sit on the edge of the bathtub. Strip, I commanded as I walked away from to wet a face towel with warm water. When I turned around, I forced myself not to blush. Despite the fact that he was dirty and bloody, he was all muscle. I couldn't find a hint of flab anywhere, though he wasn't lean, he wasn't bulky either. He was the perfect middle between the two. And wow, were those muscles perfect. Focus, Bella. I shook my head and took a deep breath. I moved to place myself in between his legs and began to wipe away all the dirt and blood away from his body, and most specifically his injuries. You know they'll heal. Derek spoke as he observed her with his ice blue eyes. I figured, I said back as wiped away the blood from a cut that was healing before her very eyes. Then why bother cleaning them now? They're not going to get infected. I looked at him questioningly. Is it not soothing? The washcloth on your body? He blinked back in surprise. It is, but nothing, I declared. This is just as much for comfort than precaution of infection. Saying that you had a rough day would be an understatement. I just want to do something to lessen at least a slight bit of the grief you're feeling. He Ket at me in surprise before turning his gaze away from me. He took the towel close to the bath and unfolded it. At first I thought it was dry himself with, but I was surprised when he wrapped it tightly around me. You were in the water too, you know. And you have a more likely chance at getting sick because he said as he saw the questioning look on my face. I didn't respond, but just looked at where he linked our hands together, thinking that they fit perfectly together. His strong hand engulfed my small dainty one in a way where it wasn't too tight to hurt her, but it was tight enough to know his presence was there. It's not your fault, I whispered, finally meeting his eyes that looked at me with open curiosity. He looked away then when I spoke. With the hand that wasn't holding his, I placed it on his cheek and forced him to look at me. I brought our foreheads together. It's not your fault, I said, putting as much honesty and kindness into that declaration as I could. You didn't kill him, she did. Both of you were both weak, you especially from the fight you just been in. You didn't stab him, she did. It wasn't your fault. He leaned his forehead onto mine more and closed his eyes. Nothing was spoken, but I could feel the thanks he was trying to say to me for my words. Why? He demanded as he pulled away from me, but kept our hands interlocked. Why what? Why are you being so nice to me? We just met. You know I'm kind of wondering that too, I thought. But I knew the answer. There was something about him that made me curious. I wanted to know him. Not only that, but his presence was comforting as well. I felt safe here, in his arms. I didn't know what, but something drew me to this alpha. But obviously I wasn't going to say any of that. Instead I cocked my head to the side as I looked at him. I gave him a soft smile as he narrowed his eyes at me, his guard fully up now. Sometimes we all need a little kindness in our lives now and then, I said as I reluctantly released his hand. Come on, I said as I stepped out his legs. The others are probably wondering what's taking so long. As we made our way downstairs, the floor was drained of all the water that was there earlier and Boyd's body was wrapped in a black blanket. Everyone, but Ms. Blake, was surrounding it, staring at it with sad expressions. They all looked at us when they saw us coming down the stairs. Scott made his way toward us first as reached for my hand. I took it and squeezed in comfort, before making my way to where Isaac and Styles were. I gave Styles' hand a squeeze, before looking at Isaac. He was looking down at the body mournfully with tears in his eyes. I grabbed his hand that was at his side and linked them with mine. Let's go home, I said softly. He looked at me in surprise before letting go of my hand. At first I thought he was going to walk away, but instead he wrapped his arms around me and laid his head on top of my hair. I gave a sad small smile at everyone in the room before placing my gaze at Derek. Again there was this open curiosity and affection in his eyes as they locked with mine. Good night, I whispered to him, before leading Isaac to my car. Once outside, I could see that Scott, Styles, and Lydia has followed us out. I tossed Scott the keys to my car and bid a goodbye to Styles and Lydia. I sat in the back with Isaac, while Scott drove us home. I separated from Isaac and Scott when I went to the bathroom to take a long hot shower. Once I finished, I laid in my bed and sighed when I finally let my muscles relax. I woke up to an arm around my waist. I looked down to see Isaac snoring quietly curled in himself at the foot of my bed. I turned my head to the side to see Scott's arm loose around me while he slept soundly beside me. I smiled softly at the adorable sleeping faces they made, and felt a pang at my heart at the thought of them having trouble sleeping after what happened last night. I really didn't want to wake them, but we had to get to school. Guys, wake up, I exclaimed as I shook them gently. It took a while, but they finally woke up and we headed to school. I bid them a goodbye as I headed to my science class. As I walked down the hallway, a hand suddenly wrapped around my mouth as I tried to scream in alarm when a hand wrapped around my waist. The figure pulled me into the janitor's closet before releasing me. I whirled around and glared at the figure, since I couldn't really see in the darkness. What the hell? I exclaimed at the figure whose face was becoming clearer as my eyes got used to the lighting. Ethan, I said in disbelief, as his figure became clearer to me. You know, if you really want to talk to someone, most people simply go up to them and say, "Hey, can we talk?" I think it's a better way than kidnapping them and pulling them into an empty maintenance closet. I said dryly. One side of Ethan's lips tilted up, as he peered down at me. Well, I'm not like most people. Realizing that this was important, Bella immediately cut the sarcasm down and waited for Ethan to make the first move. However, Ethan didn't speak, but rather linked their hands together and ran toward the direction of the exit. Wait, where are we going? You know I skipped yesterday too, Bella said curiously as Ethan led them deeper into the forest. Ethan rolled his eyes. You're new. I doubt you're missing that much. Besides, if you're behind Aiden and I could tutor you. Bella raised her eyebrow at him in disbelief. Really now? I can recall you saying that you and I thought, school's lame. Ethan pouted at her, annoyed. I was 6. And the teacher was stupid. I mean, how can there be no R in the word colonel? Since when was there ever such a thing as a silent R? Bella rolled her eyes at him. I see someone still bitter at being outsmarted. Ethan scoffed. Not even. Besides, that's Aiden's strength. See, he can help with all that English and history crap, and I can help you with math and science if you ever need it. They continued walking deeper into the forest, but Bella wasn't worried. Ethan was with her, and she trusted her brother with her life. We stayed at a motel when we were traveling to my cross-country meet. But the druid that's been causing all these killings poisoned our coach's whistle with wolfsbane. It was poisoning all the wolves, Scott, Isaac, Boyd, and me, to have these suicidal thoughts. Bella stopped their walking and looked at him. She was shocked that her brother and cousin were almost ripped out her life just a couple days ago. Ethan didn't meet her eyes though, but was rather looking at their hands, which were still linked together. I don't about the others, but that wasn't all that I heard. I kept hearing you actually. You were whispering to me why I didn't save you. Why I left you there to die in the fire. Why I abandoned you. Ethan stopped talking and took a moment to collect himself. The memories from the motel were still fresh in his mind. Bella could feel tears building in her eyes as she saw the pain on her brother's face. Ethan, she whispered. He put his hand up though to stop her from continuing. Don't. I have to get this out. After Styles, Lydia, and Allison helped me snap out of it, I still couldn't get your voice out of my mind. All the memories we shared together were like forcing their way into my every thought. It was so overwhelming. All I wanted to do was go home and lock myself in my room to get away from the world. And then I came home. Aiden was home, which was weird since he was supposed to be at school. And then he explains everything to me. I thought he was being delusional since you had resemblances to our little sister, but then he brings me to his room to see you asleep on it. I still didn't believe him and was angry that he exposed us to a stranger, but then he points at your lower abdomen, which was slightly exposed. And then I believed him because I saw your birthmark that was shaped into a crescent moon. Ethan separated their hands and took Bella's head into his hands. I had never felt such emotion than that day in my life. I wanted to wake you, but Callie called. Then that whole thing happened at Derek's and all of a sudden you showed up. Knowing that I had to leave was so hard to do when you were in arm's reach. But I couldn't. I may be loyal to this pack, but that doesn't mean I could trust them with my secrets. So I brought you here to tell you now, I'll follow you, Isabel. He declared using the old nickname he gave me when we kids. If we had to choose sides, or if things get to out hand, I'm on your side. Whatever you do, I'll stick by you. I know you and Aiden have discussed this already, but I just wanted to tell you my side. I've missed so much of your life already and I'm not going to miss any more. After his heartfelt declaration, Bella could find no words in here to express her feelings. So she hugged him as tight as she could, figuring that Ethan didn't. Really need words to understand how much she's missed him. The two siblings stayed like that, relishing in the fact that they had found each other once again. You want to explain what that was about? Cora said, as she couldn't hide her impatience anymore. She was extremely curious about why the Alpha Pack had taken the English teacher as bait against Derek, when she thought it was obvious that Derek cared for someone else entirely. I don't know what you're talking about, Derek declared after finishing throwing out the last pieces of trash from his penthouse. Peter looked at the two siblings and frowned in confusion. Have I missed something? Nope, declared Derek. Yes, Cora declared. The two glared at each other, but Peter stepped in before they began to fight. Alright, what's going on? Yesterday, when the Alpha Pack brought that English teacher from Scott's school as bait against Derek, it worked. But I don't think it's because Derek really cares for her as the pack thinks. I think he only picked a fight with Callie individually because he just didn't want an innocent dying. Peter nodded at Cora's observation. It sounded a lot how Derek worked. Then why are you so worked up? If you already know why he protected her. Because a girl with the name of Bella appeared here. That was what I'm wondering about. I've never seen Derek act the way he did yesterday around any girl. And I know that she just got into town. So I want to know what's going on, and why the pack thinks the English teacher is special to you. Cora crossed her arms and glared at her big brother, showing that she wasn't going to quit pestering him until he gave her some answers. Peter leaned on the desk table, and peered at Derek as well, showing that he, too, wanted to know what was up. Derek sighed, annoyed that he couldn't get out of this. Although, it was bound to come out anyway, Derek mused. He just thought he had a little more time to keep it to himself before anyone found out. And that, the next person that would know would be her, which was Derek. Cora glared at him, impatient. Would you calm down and give me a moment to explain things? Derek snapped at her. Well, quit stalling. Do you remember when our older brother Adam first met Emily, and how he went straight to our parents because he had no idea why he felt the way he did? Derek said, not really knowing how to go about what had happened to him. Cora frowned, trying to recall that memory. Yay, and our parents gathered the rest of the younger members of the pack to explain. Oh my gosh, you didn't. Cora, finally understanding where this was heading, gaped at her brother. No freaking way, Peter whispered as well in disbelief, as he figured out what Derek was trying to tell them. Yay, Derek said softly, as he thought of those caring chocolate brown eyes that peered through his soul. I did. Wait, when did this happen? Peter questioned. Derek then began to explain what had happened when he went to Beacon Hills with Boyd. Isaac, Derek said, somewhat hesitantly. Isaac stiffened and looked at his alpha with caution. Hey Boyd, good to see you, Styles said, trying to diffuse the tension that seemed to be growing between the pack. Boyd nodded back in response. What's going on, Derek? Scott questioned. Did something? No, Derek said, cutting him off. Isaac, he said, as he stared into one of his pack's eyes. He felt guilty for being so harsh with the wolf and had come to apologize. The two wolves stared at each other in silence, before Isaac smiled back at him. I know, Isaac said back, finally realizing that Derek was only trying to protect. I am sorry though, Derek said, needing to say it aloud, wanting to show Isaac that he really meant it. Wow, Isaac. He must be sorry if he's really saying it, Styles said, shocked. As he had never heard Derek apologize for anything. Isn't that touching? Ethan said, as he walked toward the group with a smirk on his face. His face then morphed into a glare when he saw Isaac. Don't think we let go on the crap you pulled for the whole motorcycle fiasco. Pretty bold thing to say when you're outnumbered, Derek said as he glared at the alpha for threatening one of his own. Before anyone else could say something, a voice that didn't belong to any of the boys spoke. Scott. The voice had a sweet soft tone to it, Derek thought. It also had a sense of innocence. And it reminded him of Belle's. He found that he rather liked this unknown voice, more so than he should have. What's going on, Ethan? Another male voice, which he recognized to be Danny's, questioned next. Ethan walked away from the group as walked toward Danny and the girl who had asked for Scott. Derek couldn't really see who the girl was as Ethan's body had blocked his view from her. It's nothing. Who's your friend? Scott growled all of a sudden as Ethan continued speaking to the girl, whose voice became more attractive the longer the girl spoke. Derek shook his head slightly. What is wrong with me? He thought to himself. The wind blew in their direction, and Derek suddenly caught the scent of the unknown girl. She smelled divine, and not in a creepy, my gosh. I want to drink your blood kind of way. No, Derek could inhale the scent forever. He decided he could have drowned in the girl's scent happily. His inner wolf growled inside him, pleased at the smell. As Ethan and Danny left, the girl finally showed her attention to Scott. Though her voice was sweet, Derek realized it could be fierce too the way the girl demanded Scott what was up. He also noticed that she was smart if she could see past the lies. Derek was also pleased when Ethan and Danny left, as he finally got a good look at her. If her scent was divine, her looks were simply beautiful. The girl was 5'2" and petite. But despite that she still had curves that just made her even more enticing. She also had dark chocolate curls that fell to her waist, but that was all Derek could see. He couldn't see her face since she was facing away from him. And when the girl and Scott had a moment, Derek had to fight a growl down when he saw Scott kiss the girl's forehead. God, what is wrong with me today? Derek thought. His behavior was confusing greatly, since he barely even knew this girl. Finally, the girl no Bella she said her name was turned around. And Derek was even more enchanted at the sight of her face. She had a lovely shade of pink-filled lips that were spread into a smile, which revealed pearly white teeth and the most adorable dimples Derek had ever seen. However, Derek liked her eyes the most. They were doe-eyed and were the color of the milk chocolate. Derek believed he could have stared at her forever. The more Derek looked at her, the more nervous he got. He didn't understand why this girl was making him act in such a way he never had before. But when they made eye contact, everything made sense to him. The moment their eyes met, the girl Bella was all Derek could see. Suddenly, despite everything that was going on right now in town, everything was right in the world. Nothing else mattered anymore, except the angel in front of him. It was like magic, Derek thought. He recalled his brother, Adam, vaguely saying the exact same thing when he had found his mate, Emily. He had thought it was a load of crap, but he was glad that he was wrong because suddenly, the girl in front of him became the single most important thing to him now. Derek Hale, he said quickly, not wanting to look like an idiot gaping at her beauty. She cleared her throat before speaking again. It's nice to meet you all. How do you know Scott? Isaac asked curiously, and Derek was glad someone had asked the question he so desperately wanted to blurt out. You guys look pretty comfortable with each other. Gee, you don't say, Derek thought dryly. Bella's my cousin. She's going to be staying with us, since she just moved here from Washington. Derek was quite proud at himself at keeping his blank when all he could feel was glee at the statement. When they left, it finally hit Derek that this actually happened. He had found his mate in Scott's cousin. Well crap, as he imagined how Scott would react when he learned about it. And that's what happened, Derek said as he finished the story. Cora gave an uncharacteristic squeal. I'm so happy for you. And from what I saw yesterday, I can tell she feels at least something for you too. Derek tried to ignore her comment, but he felt himself hoping she was right. He was shocked when Bella had been unnaturally kind and caring to him after what had happened with Boyd, despite the fact that they had just met. This is great. I have a new pack sister, and another female to help me deal with this whole mess. So when are you going to tell her? I haven't figured that quite out yet, Derek said. Cora looked at him worryingly. Is this about the age difference? Because 4 years is not that big of age difference. Derek rolled his eyes at his sister. No, Cora, it's not that. I'm not even sure I want to tell her. Cora glared at him. And why not? This is a great thing that happened. I mean, you found your mate. She deserves to know. No, she deserves a choice. I don't want to force her into anything, Derek said, not liking Cora's accusation. Enough bickering, you two. Peter rolled his eyes at the two. For now, let's let it all play all right. Yes, Bella deserves to know what's happened, but Derek and her should be able to bond more before that happens. And congrats, Derek, it's a true gift to find a mate. Derek eyed his uncle suspiciously, before nodding back in thanks after realizing that Peter was being completely genuine. Wait a minute, Peter began. Why does the Alpha Pack assume that you care for the teacher then? Derek explained how they might have found out how he had saved her from being killed by Cora and Boyd, and how she had helped him get back to his house to heal after the fight with Ennis. So that's who helped you up here, Peter said, glad that a piece of the puzzle was found. Cora frowned. Do you think she thinks you're attracted to her? Cora didn't want anyone getting in the way of her brother's happiness. Derek shrugged, not really caring what the teacher thought as long as she didn't expose the things she's seen. Like he had said earlier, Bella was the only one he saw. And he was quite content of the view. We'll cross that road if we get there. But for now, we just need to make sure the Alpha Pack doesn't find out you found your mate. That would just make things worse, Peter stated. Derek could feel the red seep into his eyes at the thought of someone taking his mate and wanting to intentionally hurt her. Well, I'm going to go, Cora declared abruptly. And where are you going? Derek said as Cora walked past him. Knowing you, it's going to be a while since you'll tell her, so I'm going to have to get to know my new pack sister on my own. Cora, Derek began to say warningly. Cora rolled her eyes. Would you relax? I'm not going to tell her about your little epiphany, we'll call it huh. Besides, she already knows about us, so I have nothing really to hide. By the way, how does she know about us? Scott, probably, Derek assumed. Bella was pestering him at school to tell her what was going on. Cora frowned. But Scott left for a cross-country meet. And he couldn't have possibly told her the day she got here, since he and Isaac had to go to meet with the Alpha Pack at the spot where we all fought, so how does she know about us? Peter and Derek went silent after Cora gave her opinion about it. She was right. How could Bella know about the secret if Scott had no time to tell her about it? Why don't you two just come with me to find out? Cross-country practice should be over, and if Scott and Bella are cousins, we should be able to find the two of them together. Besides, it means you'll get to see her again, Derek, which I bet you're happy about. Cora said teasingly at then end. Derek didn't answer, but just walked past her to enter the elevator. Are you two coming or what? He demanded, trying to fight the blue shish that was trying to appear on his cheeks from the teasing of his sister, which was spot on. Cora and Peter laughed out loud as they entered the elevator with Derek. You know Coach is an ass. Still, S declared breathlessly after running the laps Coach had given them. Scott chuckled at his friend's antics, and passed him a bottle of water. Styles glared at him, but took the bottle from his hands. Shut up. You know you'd be breathless too if you were human. You know you could always, oh I don't know, get in shape, Isaac suggested as he sat down on the ground next to Styles. Oh yay, I'll set up a time for that in my planner. You know the planner that consists of staying alive and oh I don't know saving your wolfy asses. Isaac put both of his hands up in surrender, while Scott continued to laugh on. The three then turned around when they heard an engine come closer their way. They saw Derek's car park in the park's lot before seeing Peter, Derek, and Cora come out and head towards them. Hey, Isaac said to the three. Did you? He started to ask, but he couldn't find it in himself to finish his sentence. Cora smiled sympathetically at him. We buried him in a peaceful area, where we're positive no one will disturb. We'll show you where it is when we have time. The three boys nodded and a sad silence passed between the group as they thought of their dead pack member. It was broken however when Aiden had unintentionally ran by. You'll pay for this, Cora stated as he ran by knowing he'd hear. Aiden stopped when she spoke, but didn't turn around. You'll pay for killing him. I promise that, she continued to say, as she glared at the back of his head. Aiden turned around and glared back at her. My brother and I had nothing to do with his death. So don't make any assumptions. You weren't even there. Isaac reluctantly agreed, but didn't voice it. Aiden wasn't lying, Boyd's death was all Callie's doing. It doesn't matter. Your pack caused this, and since you're par of that pack you and your brother will pay the price, Cora growled back. Aiden began to bare his teeth slightly. You've got some guts there little girl, Aiden said mockingly from where he stood. Derek put his hands on Scott and Isaac who were about to move, knowing that Cora had to handle this on her own. However, Derek was watching carefully, ready to spring to protect his sister if things got too out of hand. Little girl huh? Don't you know that the bigger they are the harder they fall? Cora said. And with a speed that no one saw coming, Cora's claws came forward to make a hit at Aiden. However, no one saw the figure push Aiden away at the last minute. Cora's claws made a hit, but it wasn't at Aiden. The group watched on in horrified shock as a small figure fell to her knees in front of them. They couldn't see whom it was as Cora's figure was hiding the figure, but Aiden's horrified face was causing them to get nervous. Then Scott spotted familiar dark chocolate curls, and he felt as though he is going to throw up at the realization of who Cora had hit. He desperately prayed he was wrong, but then Aiden whispered her name and he knew he was right. Bella, Aiden whispered. Horrified at the blood that was splattered on the ground. He quickly made his way toward her, and gently held one side of her body to steady her. Bella looked at him with teary eyes, and tried to convey him a small smile to try and reassure him that she was okay, but it failed as the pain took over. Bella! Scott screamed. Suddenly the group snapped out of it and hurried their way over. They all stopped once in front of her. But no one touched her, fearing they'd hurt her. The sight of her was well a sight. Bella was on her knees, holding onto her right shoulder that stained with blood, a lot of blood. Scott was shaking with fear. Not knowing what to do. Oh my gosh, Cora whispered, shocked at what she had done. The wolves could hear a paddle of feet heading toward them and tenses not know. Wing how to explain the scene that they'd find, but Aiden relaxed as he recognized the familiar sound of whoever was running toward them. Aiden, I smell blood, what's going oh god Ethan said, alarmed and shocked at what he found. He tried to come closer, but Scott growled at him as a warning. He reluctantly stayed where he was, not wanting Bella to get caught in a fight. Oh, we got to get her to a hospital, Stiles declared. There were murmurs of agreement. No, Bella said breathlessly, trying not to get her breath under control as she didn't want anyone else to spot them. Are you nuts? We have to get you to the hospital, Scott said frantically. And what would we tell them after they see claw marks in my shoulder Scott, Bella said in a pained voice. Think rationally, she snapped, before clamping her jaw to try and hold back a scream. Deaton, Ethan declared. We take here to Deaton. What do you mean we? Isaac growled at him. If you think for 1 minute that you're. There's no time for this. Derek snapped. They go or they don't, I don't give a fuck. But right now we're wasting time. She needs care. Now. He was taking deep breaths to calm himself, but it wasn't really working. His mate was hurt. It was the only thought he could think of at the moment. Stiles then ran to get his jeep, and Scott went to pick her off the ground, but Aiden growled warningly at him. Aiden's arm was already holding Bella's other side to steady her, and he didn't like the thought of Scott coming any closer. He wasn't thinking rationally. His eyes were gleaming red, and anyone who wasn't his brother right now were enemies coming to inflict more pain on his sister. Scott's wolf was taking over as well, as his family was hurt at the moment. Scott growled back menacingly, a promise of pain if Aiden didn't give her up. Bella looked frantically between the two, knowing had to do something before things got ugly well uglier. Aiden, she started. He's not taking you from my arms. I'll take you, he growled at her in his alpha voice. Bella frowned. Things were getting uglier by the minute. If you think I'm letting you take her, then you're way off base, Scott said as his eyes glowed yellow. Give her to me, now. Bella tried to think of a solution, but the lack of blood was making her very tired. It was hard enough of trying to stay awake, let alone stop two wolves from fighting. She looked at Ethan for help. Ethan nodded back determined. Enough, he declared. Aiden, give her to Scott. We'll ride with them, that is final. Aiden growled at his brother, but carefully gave Bella to Scott. Scott frowned as well, not liking the idea, but it worked so he'd follow through. The twins rode with Scott and Stiles, while Isaac went with Derek. Bella, honey, stay awake, Scott said firmly as he noticed Bella dozing off. Tired Scott, Bella mumbled into his neck. Hurts, she whimpered in pain when Stiles hit a bump in the road. The twins looked at her in concern from the backseat. We're almost there Bells, Aiden said soothingly after calming down slightly. Scott and Stiles looked at each other in shock at how sweet Aiden was being, but neither questioned it. They could do that for another time. Right now, Bella was priority at the moment. With Bella in his arms, Scott went inside the office yelling. Doc, bring her this way Scott. Stiles already filled me in, doctor. Deaton said as looked at Bella worriedly. Doctor. Deaton then forced everyone out and to wait in the waiting room as he attended to Bella. Scott's paw. This is all my fault, Cora said. I put my hand on her shoulder comfortingly. No it's not. It was a complete freak accident. Cora smiled at me in gratitude, but I could still see the guilt in her eyes. Derek took her hand in his, and gave it a squeeze. The Hale siblings then shared a look that I couldn't really decipher, so I looked around the room to see everyone else looking anxious. What was surprising was seeing it on Ethan and Aiden's faces. I didn't like it. Something was up, and I was determined to find out. Before I could voice my thoughts, drive. Deaton came out. The wound is deep so they'll scar, and I'll have to give her stitches. I've already cleaned the wound. And she thought while I stitch her up that you all come inside. She said that it'd help you all calm down if you could see that she was alright, and from the looks on your faces I believed she was right. With that being said, I quickly went inside to see Bella sitting on a metal table with a bra and pants on. She had 4 claw marks on her shoulder that were maybe 4 inches long. They looked painful I thought as I observed them some more. I touched her cheek, and she gave me a smile, but I knew it was fake. The pain was still bothering her and it pained me to see her like this. I gently leaned my head on the shoulder that was injured and she leaned against my head. Why? I asked, wanting to know why she got in the way. She looked troubled, as she didn't really know how to answer it. She opened her mouth to answer, but something caught her eye and she looked to her right. I followed her movement and saw that she was looking at the twin alphas. My body tensed, going into protective mode, but I noticed that Bella looked glad that they were here, so I stayed beside her and just watched how they would act toward her. I noticed that the others were doing the same thing, and Dr. Deaton was looking on with fascination. Ethan went up to her first, and gently pulled her into a hug. They stayed like that for a while before Ethan released her. But not before laying a kiss on her forehead. I had to bite back a growl at that, not liking how close he was acting toward my cousin who I thought of as a little sister. Aiden moved closer toward her, but made no way to touch her. He was looking at the slashes on her shoulder, before making a determined face. "I'll make it better," he whispered to her. Bella, and everybody else in the room, looked confused. But Ethan blinked in understanding at what his brother was about to do. Aiden then took the arm that was connected to her injured shoulder and placed his lips onto her arm before closing his eyes. A moment passed and we all looked confused, except Drive. Deaton, who too figured out what Aiden was trying to do and was looking on with curiosity. Then Bella gasped before closing her eyes in response. Then before our very eyes, the slashes on Bella's shoulder slowly began to shrink. Ethan then grabbed Aiden's right shoulder and closed his eyes as well, and the slashes began to heal. Even faster until the slashes looked like simple scrapes and cuts that Bella could have gotten from just bumping into a wall too hard. Aiden then released her, looking relieved as he noticed that cuts had gotten smaller. "What the hell?" Styles exclaimed as he looked on in disbelief. "Remarkable, Drive," Deaton murmured as he went to observe Bella's injury again. "You don't even need stitches anymore, and there won't be any scarring. All I have to do is give you a little medication to ensure no infection and bandage it up and you're good to go." Bella smiled back. "Well, that's a relief." As Dr. Deaton bandaged her up and gave her meds to help heal her up. "Whoa, hold on a second. Do not try to make that look normal," Styles began to say, and I couldn't agree more. Now I've seen Scott take pain away. But only for a short amount of time. Never had I seen wolves be able to heal other people. "It's an ancient technique that's very hard for wolves to master," Peter said, as he narrowed his eyes between the twins and Bella. "Peter's right. It's a technique that's mostly used by alphas. The technique doesn't work if used on just a random stranger. The technique requires a transfer of oceans and energy between the injured and the healer. The auras of the two people must be very familiar, and connected to one another for it to work, which is why the technique is quite rare sight to see." Drive, Deaton said as he too looked between Bella and the twins. I frowned, not really understanding where Peter and the doctor were getting it. From the looks of the others in the room, I could tell they didn't understand either. "I'm not following, Doc," Styles said. Peter rolled his eyes. "It means that the kind of healing technique that those boys just pulled can only work if the one whose inured and the one healing are either blood or mated. So, you three have a lot of explaining to do." I looked at Bella in shock at what I had just heard. "So what the hell did that mean?" Ethan glared at Peter. "My brother and I most certainly do not have to explain ourselves to the likes of you. It's not like we were the ones that harmed her anyway." Cora flinched at the accusation. "Ethan, stop," Bella ordered. "It's not Cora's fault that this happened, and let's not forget Aiden was the one that antagonized her." Aiden glared at Bella, but it looked playful more than anything else. "The next time you get hurt, you can just go to the hospital and heal in pain like a normal person." Bella simply rolled her eyes at his sarcasm. "Okay, can one of you just explain what the hell is going on?" "Street." Isles yelled, impatience clear in his tone. The twins both turned their glare to Styles with red flashing in their eyes. Not. I mean, we don't really need to know," he said, backtracking and pulling Isaac slightly in front of him. "I trust them," Bella declared all of a sudden. I felt her join our hands together before she looked into my eyes. "With my life." She turned back to the brothers who were looking doubtful. "Scott, we understand. Hell, even Deaton and Styles. But what about them?" Ethan said with distrust clear in his voice as he pointed at Peter, Cora, Derek, and Isaac. Bella just looked more confident. She took a moment to look at the ones she pointed at before ending her gaze at Derek. It felt like the two were conversing right in front of me, but yet there were no words spoken between them. It was weird. I felt like I was intruding on a moment. I trust them, Bella declared again as she turned her gaze toward Ethan and Aiden. Now the question here is if you trust me. Do you? The brothers didn't even have to think about it. Without a doubt, Aiden said. With everything, Ethan said. Then trust me on this. Bella then turned her attention back to me. I love you. I hope you know that. I was shocked at her abrupt statement, but I said it back to her, meaning every word. Bella nodded, relieved before looking at everyone else in the room. Most of you don't know, but I'm adopted. Scott's mom is my adopted father's biological sister, which is why I'm here. Scott knew that when we met when we were 7, but it didn't really matter. We were family, and I still think of him as such. However, my adopted father's, Charlie, ex's wife, Renee, is my biological aunt. They took me in when my family died when I was 6. I squeezed her hand in comfort. How did they die, if you don't mind me asking? Doctor. Deedon said empathetically. No, I don't mind. I'll get to that actually. But you see, Renee is a werewolf. I blinked. Wait, what? I exclaimed. Bella, are you saying? Styles began. Peter chuckled. You are just full of surprises. Wait, hold up. Let me finish first. No, I'm not a werewolf. Though I was born from naturally born werewolf parents, I didn't get the gene. Though it didn't change anything. I was loved and adored by my parents and by the rest of the pack. One day when I was 6, hunters had bombed the pack house with wolfsbane and had surrounded it with mountain ash. Then they began fire on the porch of our home. Charlie and Renee weren't in the house, and when they hadn't gotten back, Charlie had broken the seal of the ash. My mother saw them through the window and had thrown me out the window to save me. Encouraged by her sister, Renee took me and ran. I woke up in the hospital with no recall of memories except for the fact that they weren't my parents and an image of burning house. I was devastated to learn that my parents had died in a house fire, and I couldn't remember a thing. The doctor said that it was because my mind was protecting, knowing I couldn't handle it. But it was still hard. It was silent for a moment before Cora said something. I'm sorry. The two girls shared a look, and this I recognized. It was a look of understanding. And I realized that Bella would understand. She had been in the same situation that the Hale'S had been in. I saw from the corner of my eye Peter and Derek looking empathetically at Bella. Fully knowing the feeling of losing family like that. It was hard, but I slowly recovered. Charlie and Renee showed me a lot of love, and Aunt Melissa and Scott were a great help, but I still didn't recalled any memories until the day I got here, and then all of them 2 days ago. There must have been a big trigger 2 days ago if you got your memories back, Peter said thoughtfully. Bella nodded back in response. It was the day I got here. I met a certain someone. Then that night I had memory come to me in my sleep that had me and 2 other boys in it. Then 2 days ago I ran into an angry red-eyed Aiden in the hallway after school. I had revelation after seeing him and inhaling his scent before passing out. I woke up with all my memories intact and with the realization that my older brothers were alive and well. Silence. It was the only thing I heard once she finished her sentence. She's been to this town numerous times, so people in school were familiar to her unless they were new. The first day she got her, she met Isaac, Derek, Boyd, and Ethan. Then she mentioned Aiden, and lastly she said, brothers, meaning more than one. Oh gosh, the facts were there, but that didn't mean it was true, right? Styles gaped at Bella in shock. His eyes darting between her, Aiden, and Ethan, the latter two looking stoic as ever, as Bella told her story. So, what you're saying is that those 2 alpha twins are your brothers? Bella nodded silently at his observation. Styles whistled at that. Well, hell, Isaac said in disbelief. That explains why Bella had pushed Aiden out of the way she did. Drive. Deedon said after he collecting himself. And who told her the secret about everyone in this room? Peter continued on. Ethan smirked. That isn't even half of it. Bella barely told you anything. I was thinking that maybe you guys could fill out the rest, she said innocently. But I knew what she was doing. She wanted them not to trust just her, but us as well. She was giving them the choice to open up. Do you know how a wolf becomes an alpha? Aiden asked. By killing another alpha, I said, remembering how Derek became alpha. Isn't that the only way? Styles questioned. Probably wondering why they brought this up. No, it's not, Derek said, finally speaking up. There's another way. If there is long line of alpha lineage in a family, the power of an alpha is inherited by the firstborn. Meaning if the alpha of a pack dies, their eldest child inherits the power. It was how my family and its pack worked. Before the fire, the next in line for alpha would've been Cora's and mine eldest brother Joshua. Ethan nodded back. The Hale line is a strong line of wolves centuries back. As is Bella's, Aiden's and mine is. In our pack, our father was alpha, meaning that both Aiden and I would inherit the power since we were his children. There's also another way. It's only if you have true strength of character will the power of alpha be given to the wolf. These two are very rare, and make an alpha quite strong. That means Bella, Cora said, shock laced in her tones. That Bella is what? I questioned, not understanding. Bella is an alpha's daughter and he youngest and only sibling of the alphas to be. She's blood and pack. She's going to be in much threat to other packs as she has a big say in what happens, which means packs may view her as a way to hurt their pack. In packs, it's those that have very close blood relation or our mates to the alpha that have a big say in what goes on. Cora explains to the rest of us. Bella's also special, Aiden says proudly. Bella rolled her eyes at the comment. Though she didn't inherit the gene, she gained the heightened hearing and eyesight that comes with being a wolf. Anyway, during the fire while Bella was with our mother, our father was with Ethan and I. I guess he felt the seal break as he created a hole small enough for us to escape through. He explained how there was a safety house deep in the woods with a safe that held sacred information in it. He gave us the directions to the house and told us to run there as fast as we could. We did as we were told, and I don't even think a couple hours later we felt the alpha power surge in us. That's when we realized that our father was gone. Aiden continued from where Ethan left off when he realized Ethan didn't want to speak anymore. Ethan and I couldn't sleep that night. We mourned the death of our pack family, father and mother, and especially you. We had found the safe, which had large amounts of money in it along with a certificate. That stated this money was to be given to Ethan, you, and I. There was also a phone number of a close family friend of Dad's in the safe. We called the number, and Alfred took us in and cared for us. When Ethan and I unlocked and embraced the alpha power on our 16th birthday, we knew it was time to leave Alfred since we didn't want him to be in danger. He helped us create emancipation papers that allowed us to be legal adults. And with the money that our parents left us we could live as comfortably as we wanted. It had been 6 months after we left Alfred. We were doing fine, traveling around, while also doing online schooling to get out high school diplomas. But we didn't realize that a pack was following us. We tried to leave their area in peace, but the alpha could smell our power and wanted it. So we had no choice but to fight. That was how Deucalion, Callie, and Ennis, a pack of just alphas, found us after the fight was over. They thought that we obtained the alpha power by killing the alpha of the pack that attacked us, and asked us if we wanted to join them. We didn't want them to really know how we became alphas and said yes, only if we could leave the pack whenever we wished to if we wanted to. Deucalion agreed and we've been with them ever since. Ethan explained, finishing off the story. Obviously Deucalion and Callie don't know how we really became alpha, and we want to stay that way. We also don't want him to know about our ties with Bella. It's bad enough that they're probably going to find out her ties with Scott, so all that is on the DL. Aiden stated sternly, and I couldn't agree more. Now that I knew how deep Bella was in this, I had to protect her even more now. Now that's what you call a story, Styles said as he walked toward me. You just don't like the words normal and boring, huh? He said to Bella, who was sitting silently next to me. She giggled at Styles' words. Hey, it could be that they just don't like me. Styles smiled at her before wrapping his arms around her. I turned around to give them a moment, knowing full well that Styles cared for her just as much as I do. You, Tink, need to stop blaming others, and start taking responsibility for your actions. Styles said teasingly as they let go of each other. Bella simply rolled her eyes at him before turning her gaze on me. Scott, she said hesitantly. I knew she was feared my opinion of her changed. But the story just made me realize how strong she was. It also made me realize that I'd have to share her more, which may not be welcoming, but I'm willing to accept it. I gave a peck on the cheek before gently pulling her to my side. You're my family, Belsi. Through and through. No matter what. All this means that I'll have to share you a bit more than I'm used to. Shish. E wrapped her arms around me and curled herself into the crook of my neck. Love you, Scotty, she whispered to me. Hold it, Aiden said after giving Bella and I our moment. Why don't you finish the story, Bella? There's more, Isaac asked in disbelief. The twins gave Bella a meaningful look, before she sighed under me. It's not necessarily about them, but more about why I came here in the first place. Wait a minute, is this about that freaky cold scar on your wrist? I questioned, remembering what I saw the first day. Freaky cold scar, drive. Deegan said in disbelief before examining her wrist. Isabella, what in the heavens have you been doing up in Washington? He demanded after releasing her wrist. Bella began to explain everything that had happened in Forks once she moved there. And the more she continued, the more I was thankful she was in my arms, because I really wanted to hurt something. You fell in love with a vampire who thought your blood was the most delicious thing he ever smelt. Peter said before laughing. You're an interesting little thing, you know that. If I ever see him, I'll kill that bastard, I growled, hating the fact that this Edward dude had hurt her. Bella laughed hesitantly. Maybe Styles was right. Maybe words like normal and boring don't really go well with me, she said, trying to diffuse the tension building in this room. You're telling me, Styles said as he carefully wrapped his arm around her. Well, at least it's nice to have another human on board this train of all supernatural beings. Bella laughed before pinching Styles on waist. Thanks for keeping my seat warm, she said playfully. Doctor. Deegan chuckled before looking at the rest of. Though this was interesting, I do have some actual work to do. So, I'll see you all soon. And enough, and Scott, I'll see you tomorrow. I nodded back before thanking him for all his service. Peter left right after that announcement, leaving the rest of us to decide what to do now. I don't know about you all, but I could go for a good home-cooked meal right now, Bella said as we headed to where the cars were. You cook, Ethan said dubiously. You know, using the microwave and cooking ramen don't count, right? Bella smacked his bicep in response. Just for that you can't try my cooking tonight. But Derek and Cora, you are both welcome to join us. We'll be there, Cora announced back without even asking Derek. Derek simply rolled his eyes at her sister's attitude and nodded back her confirmation. Bella beamed at them before turning her attention back to the twins. Ethan smiled eyely back at her when her face turned into a glare. It was still strange to see the twins who we thought as vicious enemies be so playful and nice. Next time then. It's time for Aiden and I to go anyway. The rest of us entered our car to try and give Bella some space with her brothers. Yup, still had to get used to this. So, I'm not the only one finds Ethan and Aiden being playful and nice weird, right? Isaac said from the backseat. Nope, Styles and I said simultaneously. Are you okay with this, Scott? Styles asked as he looked at me. I looked at him and Isaac, who were looking at me with concern. It'll get some getting used to, but those are her brothers. I know that she loves them just as much as she loves me. I'll admit it's going to be weird having to share her with two people. I used to trust as far as I could throw them, but I've seen the way they interact with her. They love her, but then again she's easy to love. But I can't help but feel that they're not the people I should worry about when it comes to Bella. Oh, what the hell was I getting myself into? How the hell did things get this far? First, our teacher was some psycho Duroc sacrificing innocent people to kill the Alpha Pack. She almost killed Lydia, who is something. Styles' dad is missing, then Cora's ill, then Aunt Melissa's taken, and Scott sides with the Alpha Pack. Not only that, but my brothers were still following Deucalion and won't even spare me a glance. Ever since the day Cora had accidentally attacked me, it was as if we had all taken 3 steps back from the progress we made. I looked around, my surroundings, hesitating on what I was about to do. Not only that, but I feared the outcome. What if this didn't work? Well, there was only one way to find out, I thought to myself dryly. What if I was interpreting Deegan's words wrong? I had just said goodbye to my brothers, and was heading to the car where Isaac, Styles, and Scott were when I forgot my jacket in Deegan's office. I quickly made my way back to his office to retrieve it and bid the good doc a goodbye when he stopped me. Bella, Deegan said carefully. I looked back at him, but his face was looking outside the window away from me. Yeah, Doc, sometimes a willing innocent makes all the difference, he said before turning toward me with a blank expression. I furrowed my eyebrows, confused. I don't Tilda. Just keep that in mind for me, okay Bella? He said, cutting me off. We stared at each other for a moment, before I looked away, uncomfortable with the tension in the air. I nodded before leaving the building. That conversation had stuck me ever since. Especially at dinner, since it was still fresh in my mind. But I was able to hide my confusion away from the others. Surprisingly, the dinner was a hit. I had made lasagna with a salad. And everyone was getting along. Derek and Cora seemed to had dropped their guard slightly and were interacting well with everybody. However, throughout the dinner, I could feel Derek's gaze on me. It wasn't until after the dinner that he confronted me. "What's going on?" a voice said behind me. I jumped in surprise at the sound before turning around to see Derek leaning on the wall, peering down at me with concern. "What are you talking about?" He rolled his eyes and walked closer toward me. "Don't play that game with me. You were acting kind of strange during dinner, so I thought something was up, and here we are." I looked away from him. His gaze was getting me all flustered. What is wrong with me? I barely know this guy. "It's nothing," I lied. "I'm just worried a bit. Everyone's caught up with what's happened. And now I'm thinking about what's going to happen next." Suddenly I felt his hand pull my chin up and our eyes met. I was aware of the warmth his touch gave me. It was like a hot flame piercing through my body when he touched me, but it didn't hurt. I wanted more of it, actually. It was just like that night Boyd died, when we were in a tight embrace. There was some kind of feel and message behind the way he touched and held me, but I still couldn't put my finger on it. Who cares, I thought. His touch was very comforting. His eyes narrowed themselves at me and I know my eyes were pleading. Believe it, I thought. Believe the lie, and don't question it. Please. Words I didn't say, but tried to show with my eyes. He sighed before nodding back. "It's going to be alright. Whatever happens, it's going to be alright." Deaton's message rang in my head, and all of a sudden a flood of emotion had hit me. It was so much that I choked back a sob when I spoke back. "You don't know that." He looked alarmed at the suddenness of sadness and fear that was probably on my face. I blushed slightly. I cannot believe that I'm about to cry in front of such a hot-looking guy. So I tried to make my way to my room. Just as I was about to pass him, he grabbed my arm and pulled me into his chest. His arms went around me, and I just stood there still shocked at the suddenness of his movements. He put a little room between us, but his arms were still around my waist. Slowly I placed my hands on his chest, slightly admiring how firm he was, but also realizing that he was all healed from his fight with Callie. He looked as if he was about to say something, but he pulled away abruptly. I was about to ask why before Styles, Isaac, Scott, and Cora came into the room. "Styles, just shut up," Cora said at whatever Styles said in the kitchen. She then looked at Derek and me suspiciously, before sharing a look with her brother that I couldn't decipher. Scott noticed the change in me and walked toward me. "You okay, Bells?" he said as he wrapped his arms around me. I smiled softly at him and leaned on him for comfort. The day is just catching up to me probably. A lot of stuff did happen today. He seemed to believe me, and we started to bid the Hale siblings a goodbye. "I'm glad you forgave me. I have a feeling we will be good friends," Cora said in a confident tone. I smiled back at her. I like the strong-headed girl. She was a bit brute, but genuine. I think so too. There was nothing to forgive anyways. We hugged briefly, before she walked toward the boys to say goodbye. I went outside where Derek was waiting beside his car. He looked surprised to see me, but I just smiled softly at him. I walked toward him and wrapped my arms around his waist. "Thank you," I said as I leaned lightly on his shoulder. I pulled away after a moment, and smiled at him before walking back inside. I smiled sadly at the moment. It feels like that happened ages ago. There was something up with Derek Hale, and I felt a strange pull toward him. I was going to find out what he was hiding, well, if I survived, that is. I looked at the door on the ground. I took a deep breath, and opened it. "Oh, Melissa Pav." The cellar door opened, and all three of us tensed. But it wasn't Jennifer that walked down, it was Bella. "Bella," I exclaimed. "Young lady, what are you doing here?" the sheriff demanded. I saw him look around in fear to see if Jennifer was going to pop out of nowhere. "I'm here to save you all, obviously," she said with determination on her face. "No, Bella. You need to get out of here and get help," Sheriff said, urgently. Suddenly the night light from the outside disappeared, and we heard the cellar door close. I'm afraid that's not going to happen, Jay. Jennifer said as she walked down the stairs. Well, what do we have here? She said as she finally saw Bella standing up tall. Jennifer looked surprised. You again. You're only human. What could such a puny thing like you do to me? Are you that stupid? Bella smirked. You'd be surprised of what I could do. Then all of a sudden she attacked. I watched in horror as the Bella tumbled with this psycho monster. Jennifer had pushed her into the wall. Not so tough now, you little brat. Bella simply smirked, and she took what looked to be a silver dagger out of her back pocket. But rather than hitting her with it, Bella threw it with a surprising good accuracy at Chris's ropes. The dagger broke the ropes, and Chris hurriedly got out of them. No, Jennifer exclaimed. She slammed Bella's body into the wall and quickly made her way to Chris, but Chris was ready. He took the dagger that Bella threw at his ropes and made a swing at her. He missed and Jennifer was able to grab the dagger out of his hand. But I noticed that it was on purpose because Chris then pulled on one of the ropes, which caused Jennifer to trip and fall. Chris then headed to the sheriff's direction and nay when he noticed that Jennifer stopped moving. Bella, I questioned when I heard no movement in the far back. She groaned. I'm okay. I sighed in relief and waited for Chris to untie me. However, I saw something move from the corner of my eye, and my eyes widened in fear. Chris, get the dagger, I exclaimed. He looked back to see Jennifer getting up. He quickly made a grab at the dagger, but Jennifer with some weird force pushed him back and he landed hard on the floor. No, I screamed, but it was no use. Jennifer took the dagger and ran to where Bella was trying to get up. I watched helpless. Sly as Jennifer stuck the dagger into Bella's stomach. A sickening gasp came from Bella as Jennifer released her. I saw her body fall to the ground with a large thump. I could hear the evil grin as Jennifer looked down at Bella. Not so tough now, you insignificant girl, she said as she threw the dagger aside. Too busy seeing Bella on the floor, I didn't notice the sheriff get up. Finally I realized the sheriff running at Jennifer with a thick piece of wood in his hand, and watched as he swung it hard at her head. The wood collided with her head with sickening bang, but I didn't have the heart to care. This monster did just stab my niece. Once Chris finally got up and freed me, I rushed toward where the sheriff was trying to apply pressure to a wounded Bella. I fought back the tears when I saw how deep the wound went. You got to stay with me, Bella. Stay awake, you hear me? Oh, you all understand what I'm saying, and the consequences of this. Deaton said one last time in front of the teens. Scott looked at the tubs of ice water before nodding back. Consequences be damned. My mom's worth it. Allison and Stiles nodded back at the statement, both believing their parent was worth it. Just as the three were about to head into the water, Allison's phone rang. She wasn't going to answer it until she saw the caller. It's my dad, she said in shock. Dad. Everybody in the room held their breath to see whose voice was going to come through the phone. Allison, her father breathed in relief through the phone. Everyone exhaled when they realized it was Chris really speaking. I don't have time to explain. But you need to come here and fast. I have one of those sensitive sound buttons that werewolves tend to stay from, but have Scott and Isaac track it. And Allison, yay Dad, she said still in shock that her dad was really okay. Tell Deaton bring a medical kit. And hurry. Then the line went dead. Why a medical kit? Stiles said worryingly. There's no time to stop and worry about the worst. We need to get into gear, Lydia said firmly, though she was worried too. So the gang headed to the car, leaving Isaac and Scott to sit near the window to hear the sounds. 15 minutes later they finally found the cellar door. Once they entered the cellar, Scott, Stiles, and Allison didn't even have time to be relieved when they saw their parents unscathed as everyone could smell the blood in the air. The parents were surrounding a body, all three on their knees trying to stop the bleeding. They looked up when they saw out. I need your help. Deaton hurriedly went to the group to help save the person on the ground. But it was Scott who knew from the smell of the blood who it was before anyone could see the face. Bella, he breathed out before dashing toward her. Bella, weakly, turned her eyes toward his direction. Scotty, she said so quietly that it was only thanks to his supernatural hearing that he heard her. Chris and the sheriff moved out of their way to make room for Scott. Scott kneeled beside her and gently took her hand and placed it onto his cheek. "What did you do?" he said, horrified at how his sweet little cousin-no sister ended up in this situation. Bella didn't answer, but simply wiped away a stray tear that escaped from the corner of his eye. Melissa had tears in her eyes as she desperately tried to bandage up Bella's wound with the medical kit Deaton had given her. Silently, Deaton placed his hand on her shoulder to stop her. Deaton gave her a solemn look, and the tears on Melissa's face streamed down faster. She knew the look. They couldn't save her. Even if they patched the wound up, Bella had already lost too much blood to survive. There was nothing you could do. Scott finally turned away from Bella when he noticed his mom stop working. "What are you doing? Why are you stopping? We have to help her." "Mom," he screamed when she wasn't answering. "There's nothing we can do, Scott," Deaton said when he knew Melissa couldn't talk. "She lost too much blood. There's no way." Scott got angry. "There's always a way. We can't just give up." "No, we can't just. Scott," Bella breathed when she realized he was having a panic attack. His big sad brown eyes met hers, and she simply gave him a sad smile. "It's okay, Scott. Shish, it's okay." This time Scott did sob. "No, it's not." He maneuvered their bodies so Bella was now on his lap, cradled in his arms. "No matter what you think, I don't regret moving here, Scott. Don't feel guilty. I knew what I was getting into when I made this choice. It's not your." Bella breathed out to him until her last breath. The hand on Scott's cheek went limp and fell back. Scott stayed where he was, not wanting to believe this was actually happening. He desperately tried to hear her heartbeat. But already knowing nothing was coming from Bella's now lifeless body, he rocked his dead sister in his arms as he cried into her hair. The others couldn't fight back the tears in their eyes at the scene. Allison leaned into her father and hid her face in his chest, not wanting to see the agony on her first love's face. Isaac wrapped an arm around Melissa, knowing this was hard for her just as it was for Scott. Lydia was leaning onto Styles' shoulder with tears down her face, as she cried at the loss of her old friend. And Styles tried to hold back the tears. He loved Bella almost as much as Scott did. Once he felt his dad's hand on his shoulder, he finally burst into tears, not caring how girly that sounded. "Jennifer," Melissa breathed out as she realized that she was gone. "We'll find her," Chris stated. "She shouldn't have gotten very far. The sheriff has a pretty mean swing. And when we do find her, I'm gonna kill her," Scott thought as he gazed down at Bella's face. Lying on pure wolf instinct, he roared. The humans heard agony and anger in the roar, but Isaac could hear it for what it really was, a promise of vengeance. Oh. A couple days later. Unknown Pa. Once parking the car in the driveway, I got out of the car and looked at the house. You'd think I'd feel nostalgic, but it was probably due to the fact no one lived here anymore that the feeling of home was gone. I entered the house and cleaned it up a bit, which didn't take too long since ensured that it was cleaned every 2 weeks. After cleaning up, I went out back, which led to the forest. And let the pull in my chest lead me forward. First, I was brought toward a cellar door. I went down and saw the place pretty messed up and bloody, like a big fight had happened. A gleam of light caught my eye. And then I noticed a silver dagger on the floor. Something told me that I was supposed to pick it up, so I did and quickly left because that cellar just gave me creepy feelings. I was then led into a decent-looking meadow. There were flowers in the middle, and I knew that I was supposed to dig where the flowers were laid. Using my claws, I gently dug through the dirt, and was presented with beautiful face. A beautiful, but dead face, I thought mournfully. It hurt to see her like this. I shook my head, forcing down the emotions that were building in my chest. I gently scooped her up from the dirt, and led her to this area we used to play in as kids. It was pretty big meadow that had a small river run by it. I laid her in the middle of the meadow, and followed my instincts on what I was supposed to next. I placed the dagger on top of her stomach, and then I took off the necklace she gave me years ago and placed it on top of the dagger. I watched amazed as suddenly a blue light went through her body for a moment before it became too bright for me to see. Suddenly the light was gone, and then she gasped for breath. Her eyes opened and she sat up to catch her breath before flinching in pain. I got over my shock and immediately went to her. "Easy, easy," I murmured at her as I stroked her hair to calm her down slightly. I leaned my forehead against hers, my smiling get ting bigger and bigger as I heard her heartbeat get stronger and stronger. Her milk chocolate doe eyes met mine and I flashed her my crooked smile I knew she loved. I brought her to my chest and kissed her head softly. Good to have you back, Belle. She laughed softly before placing a kiss on my jaw. Thanks for bringing me back, Jackson. Where am I? It's so dark. Wait, what's that? I walked where? There was some kind of light and then all of a sudden it got so bright I had to close my eyes. I gasped as I saw a body next to my feet. It wasn't just any body, it was Bella's body. Scott, help me. Please, she breathed out. I knelt down and tried to find the source of bleeding, but I couldn't find it. She kept bleeding, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. No, Bella, stay. Please. Bella. I screamed and cried out as I shook her body, forcing her to keep her eyes out. Bella. I screamed, then all of a sudden my face felt like ice. I opened my eyes at the shock and gasped upright. I looked down to see my upper chest and face covered in water. I looked up to see Styles looking at me worriedly, but he didn't say anything. He simply took me by the shoulders and pulled me into his arms. We stayed like that until I felt the hard sobs that coursed through my body quiet down. I gently pushed him away before I broke down again, and went inside my bathroom to get ready for school. Once I was ready, I went downstairs to see, thankfully, only Isaac and Styles waiting for me. Melissa went to work, and your dad left half an hour ago. I don't know where though, Isaac said. I nodded to show him that I was listening, but I only cared about the first half of what he said. Scott, we can't keep avoiding this. Styles said determinedly, placing himself in front of me. I'd quiet and just raised an eyebrow at him. You're an alpha now, and you killed Jennifer, which I give no judgments about. Deucalion is gone, hopefully for good. Your dad's back, and I know you're going through so much. But we need to make a story. We can't just keep hiding the fact that Bella is dead. He screamed the last part to me, and paused to catch his breath. Cora, Peter, Derek, and especially Aiden and Ethan deserve to know what happened. The only reason they probably haven't questioned her presence is because they spent most of their time sleeping at the doc's office recovering from Jennifer's attack. Not only that, but the school is going to start noticing all the unexplained absences, and what about Charlie? I know. I screamed, not wanting to think about how much pain my uncle is going to be in. I know. I said gentler to ensure the two I wasn't mad. I sighed and took a seat on the couch. Today, we'll tell the others, and we'll go from there. I need Aiden and Ethan's help. They should help decide on what to do. Isaac and Styles nodded before Isaac took the seat next to me. He placed his arm around my shoulder and gave me a one-armed hug. Let's get to school then, huh? We nodded, relieved at the change of subject, and headed off. I don't know what kind of vibe I was sending off, but throughout most of the day nobody talked to me unless their name was Styles. I probably would have talked to the others, but I was currently avoiding them because if you saw the others it meant Aiden and Ethan were around. Sadly, it was lunchtime and I knew I couldn't avoid them any longer. I went outside to this isolated place between the school and the forest, which we recently made as our lunch spot away from everyone else. As I got there, I saw Allison, Lydia and the twins already eating underneath the tree. Where's Danny? I asked Ethan, ignoring the concerned looks of Lydia and Allison. In the library studying for some AP exam. I forgot which subject though, Ethan said as I sat down. Styles and Isaac were walking toward us, and I saw Cora and Derek with them. What are you guys doing here? I said curiously. Cora shrugged. Just wanted to visit. UK. Now actually hang out and not to worry about someone coming after us. I heard murmurs of agreements go around the group before Aiden asked the question I was dreading to answer. Where's Bella? Yay, where is she? I get that she's mad and hurt that we avoided her, but I'm bit hurt too when she didn't even come down to visit us when we were injured. So, Ethan stopped when he realized that the silence was taking an uncomfortable turn. Derek looked between the group, and spoke for the first time since he got here. What's going on? I took a deep breath before answering. Bella's not here. Cora rolled her eyes. We know, dumbass. It's why we're asking where she is. She's gone. Only 2 syllables and I felt like my throat was burning from them. Ethan frowned at me. What are you talking about? Yay, I'm not following. Aiden continued. Scott, you have to say it. It won't help unless you say it, Allison said gently. I took a deep breath. Bella's gone. She's gone. I looked at the four of them before gently finishing. Bella was killed the night we found the adults 3 nights ago. She's dead. A defeating silence passed through us. You could probably hear a twig crack a mile away because it was so quiet. Then there was a sound of glass breaking. I looked up suddenly to see Ethan's hand bleeding and glass on the ground. No one had time to say anything as all of a sudden a hug. Growl erupted and I was flag on my back. I blinked and realized a glowing red-eyed growling Aiden was on top of me, teeth bared out at me. We trusted you. You were supposed to keep her safe. He was off me after that. And after I got up I saw that Derek and Ethan were holding him down, while Lydia was trying to smooth him. It wasn't Scott's fault. Styles the ever-loyal one. Don't know what I'd without him. Well then why don't you fucking explain then? This time it was Ethan that growled at us. His eyes, too, blazing red with pain and anger. We don't know a lot. We just know that Bella found out where they were hidden. And tried to save him. Allison's dad told us Jennifer came and they fought. Before Chris could help, Jennifer stabbed her. By the time we got there, too much blood was lost. All that was heard were harsh breaths. I noticed even Derek's eyes were glowing red with pain and anger. I frowned, confused. The two had only known each other for such a short amount of time. Guess Bells really did have a way with people. Aiden shrugged out of Derek and Ethan's grasp. However, rather than coming at me, he punched his fist into a tree. As if on the same wavelength, the twins howled in sync. I winced at the sound, feeling and hearing the great loss that they had to go through not once but for twice. I want to see her body, Ethan choked out after a moment. I didn't. Object and simply walked deeper into the forest, already knowing how to get to her little burial site. As we entered the meadow, I stopped moving. Someone was here, but the scent was so faint I couldn't decode it. Not only that, but the hole where we buried Bella was dug up. Oh my God, Lydia murmured as she saw the now open hole. Someone was here, Isaac said horrified. And they took her body, Styles continued in the exact same tone. Are you fucking serious? Ethan exclaimed as he roamed around the meadow. Great. What more can you mess up? Aiden smeared at me. The alpha in me growled. How dare they think I don't care for my own? You're grieving, I get it. But you're not the only one. She was our sister. And we just found out, when this happened 3 damn nights ago. So excuse us if we're not in a good state of mind. Ethan barked back at me. I could feel my eyes turning red. She was mine too. Even more so from the time we shared. Let's not forget you've been out of her life for like over a decade. This time it was Ethan that attacked me. He moved so fast it was frightening. He grabbed my neck and pinned me to the tree. Aiden was quickly beside him, baring his teeth at me. Let's not forget that all that wasn't by choice. Don't you dare underestimate our love for our sister. We were there for her ever since she was born. Not one day goes by where she doesn't cross our minds at least once. Enough. Derek roughly shoved the two away from me. Instead of playing, who loved her more, why don't we go and find her body? Now is not the time to pick fights with each other. We reluctantly agreed. And I took a deep breath to calm myself. I felt my phone vibrate in my pocket and saw that it was Deaton. Look Doc, I don't mean to sound rude, but now's I said as. I answer the phone before he cut me off. You may be interested in what I have to say, you know. I need you down here. Now. And bring the others. He then hung the phone up on me. What was that about? Styles said curiously. Deaton wants us over now. If it's Deaton then we better go. Like now. I nodded back and we headed off to pick up our rides. Ooh, what do you think he wants? Isaac asked curiously as we walked toward his building. I shrugged, not really sure. It better be important, I thought to myself. I'm not in the mood to play games. Doc, I questioned loudly as I opened the entrance door. Over here, I held him say. We followed the voice to the back room where he treated the animals. When we entered the room, I was not expecting the sight. It was Jackson with the doc. He was leaning on the examination table with his arms crossed. He looked at us with a blank expression. I wouldn't necessarily call it cold, but more as though he was trying to hide something. Jackson, Lydia gasped shockingly. What the hell are you doing here? I thought you were in London, Styles questioned further. He rolled his eyes, annoyed. Ever heard of a thing called an airplane? Enough. Derek said. Why are you here? He sighed. Before looking at me for the first time. Do you honestly think Bella wouldn't tell me if she was coming to this town, even if I wasn't here anymore? My heart sunk a bit. He didn't know what happened. And we had to tell him. I internally winced. This would be messy. Jackson truly cared for Bella, and once he finds out. I shudder just thinking about it. Yay, about that, Styles said delicately. He, Lydia, and I out of the group were the only ones who knew the bond he shared with Bella, and Styles understood what might happen. Jackson raised an eyebrow at him, waiting for Styles to continue. However, before he could, Deaton interrupted him. Before you all start talking, there's something I want to tell you. Deaton and Jackson shared a look before Jackson promptly left the room. In history, blood has always been deemed as mythical. Blood bonds are almost astonishing in the realm of the supernatural. As told before, the venom of a vampire can turn a human into a vampire, and the bite of a wolf can turn a human into a wolf as well. But it's not the magic at work between the bites in these two examples that transform the human. It's the bonding of the person's blood with the outside force that makes the new creature. It's fated in a way, as blood will only mix and create anew if it was meant to be. Bites of mate on mate are a good example of it. The pleasure of the claim is caused by the instant acceptance of the blood bond within the two. So blood is important, Styles said dryly. No offense, but we knew that already. Deaton glared at him for a moment. I'm getting there. Did you know supernatural creatures would choose a special object of some sorts, and pass it down from generation to generation? But they do something different with it. The leader or alpha of sorts within every generation are to smear their blood into the object before cleaning it after the blood dries. Not until it's dry wood. You clean, as they say, once it's dry all the true essence of the alpha blood has finished transferred into the object. Deaton paused before looking at us. I knew I was frowning, I didn't understand why he was giving us a mythological historical culture lesson right now. They say that blood of those before you will somehow protect you if deemed worthy, if the soul of one needed of help is truly an innocence. A willing innocent makes a big difference in any kind of battlefield. Deaton said, finally finishing up his lesson. He finally smiled with content and happiness in his eyes. I almost growled at my boss. How could he be so happy when someone he knew for years was just killed not even a week ago? I felt Styles squeeze my shoulder, as a warning in his comfort. He must have known I was getting agitated by the minute. With that being said, he said, before looking at us all in the eyes. Why don't you bring her out, Jackson? As if all on sync, we all turned our heads toward the door. Jackson left through to see him holding a body bridal style in his arms. Not just anyone's body, but Bella's body. I just about shifted in anger. How dare he dig her up from the peaceful place we buried her in? But right just before I phased, I realized that he wasn't holding a dead Bella body in his arms. No, he was carrying an unconscious beating heart Bella in his arms. I could practically feel my jaw drop to the floor. What the actual fuck? Scott Pav. How did it get like this? Styles, well, there was two of them, the real one and the evil fox one. And since the Najitsun separated the two, Styles is getting weaker by the hour. Lydia's missing, and even worse, Allison was dead. I closed my eyes, feeling the rush of pain run through me as I still tried to process that. It didn't there though. Why won't you wake up? I whispered in agony at the beautiful girl who laid in the hospital bed in front of me. That day still blows my mind. Tell me my ears aren't playing tricks on me, I choked as I cautiously walked toward the unconscious girl in Jackson's arms. Well, if they are, then my ears are messed up too, I heard Isaac says in shock behind me. Tentatively, I stroked her cheek. It wasn't warm like a human's, but it was warmer than a corpse. How? Like I said, the doc answered. It's all in the use of blood bonds. When Bella went down into the cellar, she didn't take a gun, but this silver dagger. He then picked up a dagger off of his desk. There was some sort of design on the handle. That's a family heirloom. It was the only thing that wasn't in the vault our dad gave us the code for. We assumed it was gone in the fire, Ethan said. Yay, it's from your heritage. Like I said before, wolves from long lines tend to have traditions. In your pack, this dagger was handmade by their emissary. Since the beginning of the bloodline, the blood of every alpha in your family has touched this dagger. So you're saying the magic in their blood saved Bella? Derek questioned. Exactly. Because of her tie with the alpha at the time, Her father, the dagger couldn't be her demise. It's her protection. But she did die. Her heart stopped. I said, still gazing down at the Bella. Her heart did stop, but she didn't technically leave this world. She went into a state away from this earth, and again the blood tie comes back in. When the dagger touches the body of its alpha's bloodline, it heals the body with the help of a certain one. We all looked at Jackson then. You're that certain someone, Isaac said shockingly. Why? Jackson rolled his eyes. Scott could understand his shock though. Jackson was anything but nice. Yet he always acted differently with Bella. Bella and I have known each other for a long time. She gave me a necklace saying it would tell me if she needed me. I didn't believe it of course, but I wore it anyway since it was a family heirloom she deemed me worthy to have. He said it curtly. Weird, Isaac said mystified. It really isn't. I spoke up looking back at the group. Bella always had some attachment to Jackson, and weirdly enough it was mutual. Yeah, a strange attachment, Styles mumbled under his breath, though it didn't go unnoticed by the rest of the group. Jackson's eyes flashed blue as he glared at Styles. The close bond Jackson had with Bella always bothered Styles. In Styles' eyes, Bella was always this cute little kid who looked up at him with admiration in her eyes. When we were little, Bella used to follow Styles around everywhere. Bella loved his strange quirky antics, and used to fall asleep snuggled into Styles whenever he slept over. Styles used to complain her always snuggling into his side like a small kitten, but secretly I knew that he loved the fact that Bella loved him and looked up to him. Styles loved Bella as his own. In his eyes, Bella was blood, his baby sister. So when Jackson had appeared into her life that one summer, it hit a nerve in Styles. I thought he got over it as time passed, but I guess I was wrong. Can you two not fight right now? I asked. Those two could really go act it whenever Bella was the topic. Both of them craved being in the spotlight of her attention. So what happens now? When will she wake up? Derek said. The doctor was silent for a long time. Well, it felt long. I'm afraid I don't know. Only time will tell. She did come back from the dead after all. Her body is still in shock and so is her soul. They both need time to recover. And that's how we're here now. It's been almost a month, and nothing has changed. We brought her to the hospital saying she fainted, and the doctors deemed she hit her head and was in a coma. That's the story. Charlie was notified as well. Scott, a voice spoke out from outside the room. I looked to the door to see Lydia standing there, tired. We all looked like that nowadays. We're going to be late. I nodded back to ensure her that I hear what she said. Getting up, I kissed Bella on the forehead. Please wake up, Belle. I love you, I whispered to her ear. Before leaving, how is she? Lydia asked as we walked away from the hospital. I sighed, tired. Still the same. What if she never wakes up? What we really did lose her that night. Lydia stopped and took my head into her hands. Don't think like that. You have to keep faith. Bella is strong. She's one of the strongest people I know. She'll wake up. I let myself relax as Lydia then embraced me. I can't lose another person I love, Lydia, I said quietly. I don't think I could take much more. Lydia looked at me with empathy. I know what you mean, but we can't think like that. We have to fight. Come on, Deaton's expecting us. Styles paw. I leaned my head back on Kira's couch and took a deep breath. Even attempting to stand up was exhausting. I knew I was getting weaker, and everyone else could see it. It was strange, the process. I felt like I was being drained, kind of like how a sink filled with water was slowly disappears into the pipes when you let it drain down the hole. It's subtle, but before you know it all the water is gone. I was so tired I didn't even notice that I had drifted off. Weird how these past weeks I could barely sleep, and now as I die sleep comes as easy as breathing. I was in a white room. I grimaced at my surroundings as it reminded of me being alone with that evil fox. Thankfully it wasn't here, but I felt someone's presence. Just as I was about to speak, someone called out to me. Styles. I turned around to see Bella looking up at me with a worried expression. My breath got caught at the sight of my sweet Tinkerbella. With shaky hands I gently placed them on the sides of her head. When I realized that she was actually there with me, well as here as she could be in my dream, I quickly wrapped my arms around her and held her tightly to my chest. I inhaled her sweet scent, practically sobbing into her hair as I thought I would never be able to see her again. She wrapped her arms around my back and rubbed it to soothe me. Styles, we don't have much time, she said urgently as she pulled away from me. I refused to let her go though and placed my arms back around her. My gosh, you look awful. She gently stroked the circles under my eye. I rolled my eyes. What every guy wants to hear from a cute girl, I said as an attempt to lighten the situation. It failed though as her chocolate brown eyes stared me down. I can't explain much, but Styles, you need to hurry. Time is running out. You need to get rid of the Najitsun. I scoffed. Trust me, I know exactly how much time I have. Styles, listen. The eyes play tricks on a person all the time, okay? Just remember that. I tried to ask what that was about, but I couldn't find my voice. Suddenly she escaped my gasp and was walking backwards. She smiled sadly at me. No, I tried to scream, but clearly she could read it on my face. Her smile became more genuine. Don't worry, we'll be reunited very soon. There was a shaking as my vision blurred. Styles, Styles. I frowned as I heard the screaming. Couldn't this person see I was resting? Suddenly the shaking became harder that it began to feel uncomfortable. I opened my eyes, and was about to speak before I realized that I was breathless. I quickly inhaled a couple gasps of air as I saw Kira and her parents looking down at me with worry. What happened? I asked. Styles, I heard your heartbeat get slower and then you just stopped breathing altogether. Kira exclaimed as she sat down next to me. Are you alright? I blinked in shock. Was that what Bella meant? That I was running out of time? I don't know. But we're clearly running out of time. Come on, let's go find Scott and Lydia. Bella paused. I groaned as I slowly got the feeling of my body. Before I knew it, I could bend my body parts and move them the way I wanted. I knew I should have woken up weeks ago, but something had happened. Specifically, something had appeared. Just as I had fully healed and was ready to regain the strength of my body, evil Styles had visited me. Though I could not see, I could sense this presence wasn't Styles. He knew it had done something that caused me to go back into my mind, soul, and had to re-find my way back to my body. So now here I am finally getting a hold of my sense. I groaned as I opened my eyes. I could heard frantic yells knowing that an attack had occurred at the hospital. I took out the IV out of me, and slowly rose. I hesitantly put my feet on the floor to ensure that I could hold myself together. I haven't walked in practically a month, and my muscles were probably like jello. I looked myself over, happy that I wasn't dressed in a hospital gown but a white V-neck t-shirt and a gray capri sweats from Pink. Now there has to be shoes somewhere in this room because I knew that Aunt Melissa always believed I would wake up and would want to walk in my own shoes than bare. I smiled happily as I saw a pair of blue Vans tucked away under the bed. I quickly put them on and slowly walked outside my room. It was chaotic. People everywhere trying to those who had been hurt. I walked close to the wall not wanting to draw attention to myself as I made my way to the exit. Now to find a way to the school. As I got off Scott's bike, I hurriedly ran to the main entrance of the school. I could hear fighting. Get the arrow. It's the last one, I heard Argent exclaim. Just as I got into view, I saw Aiden make a grab for the arrow. I could see the fight happening in my head. For Aiden to make a direct hit, the Uni Ninja could make one as well. I had to act fast. Think, Bella, think. I looked around me and saw a rock almost as big as my hand. If I threw it right at the blade, Aiden would still get hurt but he wouldn't die. I grabbed the rock in my hand and quickly prayed that all those times I played baseball with the wolves back at La Push would help me out. I took a deep breath before releasing the rock. I closed my eyes, not being able to witness if I had actually hit the blade or not. When I heard a clunk sound, I released the breath that I was unaware I was holding, knowing that I had hit my mark. I opened my eyes to see Aiden groaning in pain on the floor as he took the blade out. But I knew this injury would heal. As soon as the last Oni disappeared, the doors of the school opened and out came Styles, Scott, Lydia, and who I believed to be Kira. My legs began to weaken as all the adrenaline rush I had began to fade. I slowly collapsed on the floor with a breathy, relieved laugh, knowing everyone was okay. Then all eyes were in my direction. I noticed that everyone else was shell-shocked to see me except for Styles, who quickly ran down the stairs to get to me. Knowing he was still drained, rather than picking me up, Styles kneeled down and wrapped his arms tightly around me. I embraced him eagerly and inhaled his minty rainwater scent. He pulled me into his lap, and my chocolate brown eyes met his beautiful hazelnut ones. I laughed, too elated to see his face and knowing that he was finally okay, well as okay as one can be in this situation. Before either of us one could speak, I was lifted right out his lap into someone's arms. Automatically my arms and legs went around the person. And already telling from the hug that it was Scott. I held him tightly and placed my head into the crook of his neck. Tears spilled before I could even try to hold them in. The last time we had been together I had died in his arms. I shook the thought away and just relished the feeling of being in his safe familiar arms. I could feel wetness in the crook of my neck and his frame shake. So I squeezed him to me tighter, knowing that we didn't need words to express what we wanted to say. Finally, after who knows how long, he gently put me down. I quickly wiped the tears from my eyes as I faced my brothers. I smiled at them as I saw them leaning on one another for support. Both were bruised and bloody, but the sight of them just filled me with happiness. I quickly jumped into the middle of them and wrapped my arms around both of them, forgetting about their injuries. As soon as I realized this, I began to loosen my grip, but both of their arms went around me and I knew it was okay. As I let them go, I turned around and met icy blue eyes filled with so much emotion it left me, walked forward and gently wrapped his arms around me. I instantly melted at the rush of warmth that spread through my body when he touched me and reciprocated with my arms. We stayed like that for a moment before he stepped back. I wanted to protest, but before I said anything I frowned. Why do I feel like this? Maybe it's because I haven't had much physical contact, being in a coma and all. I shook my head of my thoughts and went to hug the others. As I finished hugging the others, I looked curiously at the pretty Asian girl that was standing next to Scott. She looked at me with interest, and I wondered if she knew about me. But before I could say anything my legs wobbled, and Eric quickly steadied me by wrapping his hand around my arm. He looked at me with concern, but I flashed him a smile to ease his worries. "Don't worry, I'm fine. My body's still weak since it hasn't been mobile in many weeks," I said as I saw that everyone had the same expression when I began to stagger. Derek then wrapped his arm around me and tugged my body to his. I allowed myself to lean most of my body weight on him when I realized he wanted to help support me. I smiled shyly up at him, in awe of his thoughtfulness and the instant serenity he gave me as our bodies came close together. ITN turned my attention toward Kira and flashed her a smile. She gave me a shyly one back as I introduced myself. "Hi Kira. My name's Bella." She leaned her head toward one side and her face turned into one of curiosity. "How do you know my name?" "Scott mentioned you a few times while visiting me in the hospital." As I said this, I noticed Scott's cheeks had a more pinkish tint to it. "You heard me?" Scott questioned. I nodded. "Why don't we continue this elsewhere, huh?" Argent said. "You just woke up after all. Don't try and overdo it." "Where do we go?" Aiden questioned. "My place, Derek Street." Aided as he swiftly picked me up into his arms. I yelped in surprise, and he walked away from the others, not waiting for a response. As we walked into his loft, I eagerly made my way to his bed that was all by the big windows. And jumped into it. I could smell Derek's scent on his sheets, and it only made me relax even more. He smelled so good. Like Scott, there was some sort of earthy scent tea. Oh, it with a mix of orange blossoms and lime. He was the perfect cologne. Masculine with a drop of sweetness. "Go ahead. Make yourself comfortable," I heard him say sarcastically. Though I could tell he meant every word. I know I should be embarrassed jumping into his bed like that, but I felt so comfortable with him. I don't know why, maybe it's because of our moment after Boyd's death, him easing my worries the day before I died. Or at the fact that he came at least 3 times a week to visit me in the hospital. I blushed at the last thought. I never knew why he visited, but I looked forward to smelling his scent as it began to take over my hospital room. Sometimes he'd just sit there in silence, gently playing with my fingers, and on other days he'd tell me a piece of his past. Most of the stories he told me were ones after he met Scott, and how he liked being surrounded by all these people that actually cared about him. I remember yearning to learn more about his life before he met Scott and before the fire. But now that I was awake, I made a promise to know more about this man with those guarded blue cold eyes. I felt the side of the dip down, and I turned to lie on my side to see Derek looking at me curiously. "What are you thinking about?" he questioned as I merely gazed at him. Not wanting to tell him that I was thinking about him, I asked him a question. Why did you visit me in the hospital? He frowned at me. Did you not want me to visit you? No, I said as I sat up. I mean we only just met, but you visited me often. I guess I just wanted to know why. He was silent for a moment. And I bit my lip, not wanting to ruin his thought process. I feel very protective of you. Seeing you so weak in that bed wasn't easy, so I just thought by being there you cool. Relax and feel as though you were protected in such a vulnerable state. He avoided my gaze as he answered my question. Suddenly his eyes met my gaze and trapped mine into an intense stare. I gulped, as I felt flash of heat pool in my stomach. Besides, I like your presence. There's just something about it. That he drifted off as we continued to stare at each other. I understood what he meant about it. He affected me in a way I just couldn't describe, but I felt like he knew more about it than he was letting on. Before I backed out, I slowly crawled to the edge of the bed where he was sitting and placed a kiss on his cheek. This electric heat ran through me when my lips touched his skin, and I felt him shudder underneath me. I felt pride course through me at the effect I had on him. I let my lips linger there for a few seconds before pulling away slightly. Our faces were only a few inches away from one another when I gave him a soft smile. Thank you, I said to him. He opened his mouth to say something, but then cocked his head to the side for a moment. Suddenly he stood up and leaned against one of the pillars that was a few yards away from the bed. Before I could question him, the loft door slid open. Now I understood why he got up. He didn't want anyone to raise eyebrows at our closeness. I saw Scott look curiously between us before sat on the couch near Derek's bed. Guess he wondered why I was on the bed. No one spoke, so I guess they were waiting for me to talk. Just to let you know, I know all about what's been happening. I know about you finding Malia, about Kira, and everything that happened with Styles. How is the question? Ethan said. I was very aware during my coma, and most of you continued to fill me in on what was happening, I said. If you were so aware, why did it take you so long to gain consciousness? Lydia questioned. I sighed. I was better. I should have woken up around the time of Halloween. Halloween. That was a few days after Barrow was killed. Around the time that Styles Aiden didn't finish his sentence. We all know what he was going to say. Yes, around the time that Styles was possessed. I looked over at Styles, who was sitting next to Scott on the couch. I really didn't want to say what happened, knowing that it would hurt him. Derek caught what I was looking up and came to the same conclusion. He did something, didn't he? The Najitsun. Styles met my gaze. Is that true, Bella? I sighed and gave in. Yes, Styles. When you were possessed, he came to visit me in the hospital. I guess he could sense that I was getting stronger. And was going to wake up soon. He placed his hand on my stomach and did something. I don't know what it was, but all of a sudden everything was dark. It was like I was trapped in the darkness. But I could hear all of you when you came to see me. It took me a long time to get out of that darkness. I closed my eyes, shuddering at the visions the Najitsun left for me. Scott could tell something was. He narrowed his eyes at me. There's more, isn't there? When I didn't answer, his voice hardened. Bella. I flicked my eyes at Styles and reluctantly continued. Sometimes the Najitsun would have me watch all the horrible things he did while he controlled Styles' body. And other times he'd make me watch my own awful memories, enjoying the way I suffered. No one said anything at that. I heard a choked sob come from Styles. And I quickly walked over to him. I pushed his arms away and sat in his laps. He held me close and cried into my neck. It's not your fault, Styles. Every act that thing did was out of your control. But it was my body. I did all of this, Styles said as he looked at me. I glared at him. Do you have the urge to kill right now? He frowned through his tears. What? No, of course not. See, Styles. You had no power over what the Najitsun did. You'd never choose to all those awful things. He rocked me in his arms as he began to calm down. You know you were the one that brought me back. I told him. When the Najitsun showed me all the things he had done, he had also allowed me into the subconscious that connected you two together. I felt your fight to get away. When he separated the two of you, I knew there was a chance that you could die, and the thought gave me the strength to find my way back, I confessed. So in my dream that was really you. I nodded. Since the Najitsun trapped me in such a state between the spiritual and physical world, I was able to find your subconscious after being so familiar with it. I wanted to warn you. Styles finally flashed me a genuine smile. You succeeded. It was your words that helped me realize that it wasn't a reality. Scott leaned against Styles' shoulder and sighed. What a day it has been, he said as he grabbed my hand. I don't think I'll ever let you two out of my sight ever again. He wrapped his arms around the two of us, and I felt guilty for putting everyone through so much. Aiden scoffed. Ain't that the truth? We all laughed and the mood had suddenly lifted. Light chatter filled the room, and I finally found myself sitting in the middle of Derek's bed. I smiled as I saw everyone finally at ease after so much heartache. I felt my eyes droop, and I tried to fight it for as long as I could. I slowly regained conscious and sat up. It was dark but moonlight reflecting from the window gave me enough light to see my surroundings. The blanket fell to my lap, and I realized that I was still in Derek's loft. I frowned confused wondering where he was. I gasped at sight on the couch. A shirtless Derek was sleeping on the couch in a pair of black basketball shorts. I noticed that his hair was still damp, so I knew he had recently taken a shower. There were cuts and bruises on his chest, some deeper than others. But they were healing quite nicely. I smiled as I analyzed his face. He really was a beautiful sight. The moonlight made his pale skin have almost a glowing effect. The hard edges that used to be on his face were gone. He looked more like he was in his late teens than 21. So innocent. I couldn't help myself as I tentatively brushed my fingertips across his cheekbone. I quickly took my hand away though as his eyes began to flutter. He groaned before his sleepy eyes focused on me. He rubbed them before he placed an arm under his head, and gazed back at me. Why aren't you sleeping? Why are you sleeping on the couch? I shot back. I ran my gaze down his body, and knew it didn't really look that comfortable for him. He smiled, amused. His brown-eyed girl seemed to claim it as hers for the night. I frowned, feeling guilty for taking away his bed. You could have woken me up, I mumbled, the guilt clear in my voice. He swept his legs off the edge of the couch and placed them on the feet. Once he was sat, he took my hands and walked me to the spot between his legs. His thumbs stroked soft circles on my hand as he looked up at me. I don't mind sleeping on the couch, Bella. It didn't bother me at all. I didn't have the heart to wake you after seeing how peaceful you looked. Heck no one did. I turned my head back to the bed. It was a king size and was big enough to fit me, Derek, Scott, and Lydia all together. With that being said, I met Derek's searching gaze. Come to bed, I declared as I tightened my grip on one of his hands. He stiffened. What? Derek, this bed is big enough to fit 4 people. I'm pretty small, and you shouldn't be sleeping uncomfortably in your own home, I said as I led him back to the bed. Bella, are you sure about this? He asked as I started to lie down. I rolled my eyes. Derek, relax. He finally lightened up and laid down next to me. Suddenly I was hyper-aware of the body next to mine. He laid on his back, while I had chosen to lean on the side facing away from him. There was probably half a foot of distance in between us, and I really wanted to close the gap. Come on, Swan, man up. Before I hanged my mind, I turned around and snuggled into his side. His breath stopped before beginning again. Is this okay? I asked nervously, fearing rejection. Rather than answering, Derek wrapped his arm around and brought me tight into his body. Basically, I was half on the bed and half on his chest. Oh gosh, the warmth emitting from him was wonderful. He then intertwined our legs together, and my breathing became slightly shallow as our bodies were practically molded together. Is this okay? He breathed into my ear, and I felt my cheeks turn pink. I nodded and pushed my face into his chest, unable to speak. Slowly I began to feel myself relax as I continued to listen to his heartbeat. Before I knew it, I was squeezing myself even tighter into him. The arm wrapped around me gave me shoulder a squeeze. And I fell asleep wrapped in the warm and safe embrace of Derek Hale. I woke up next to another body. As my eyes began to focus to my surroundings around me, I realized that I wasn't in the hospital anymore. As the minutes passed, I began to recount everything that had happened, and then I realized something: I'm in Derek Hale's bed. With Derek Hale. Holy shit. Then I became more aware at the position of how I woke up. I was on my side, my back cuddled into Derek's chest. His face nestled into my neck as I felt his breath on my ear. I felt a blush rush. He was so warm, I thought, as I linked my fingers with the one wrapped around my waist. I honestly didn't want to get up, but I figured it'd be better to escape now than look like a babbling mess in front of this gorgeous wolf. Quietly, I took his arm off of me and crawled out of bed. I couldn't help myself though as I sat on the bed admiring the view. I stroked his relaxed face, and I couldn't describe what I felt when he leaned into my hand. There was also this rush of heat that passed through my fingers. I shook my head to clear it. This man did something to me. I still can't decide if it was a good thing or not. I looked down at myself, and frowned. I wasn't wearing a burgundy Beacon Hills High School crew neck when I went to sleep. I took a whiff of it. It had Derek's heavenly scent on it. Again, the blush rose to my cheeks. He'd put a sweater on me when I was cold. It was so sweet of him. I smiled to myself. It wasn't a word you'd usually think to describe someone as cold and tough as Derek. I spied a set of keys on the table near the couch. I assumed they were for me, since I recognized the set. The keys were for Aiden's motorcycle. Before leaving, I quickly wrote a note for Derek thanking him for letting me sleep here tonight. I peeked one more glance at him thinking to myself, there was more than meets the eye with this wolf. I ended the engine of the motorcycle, and leapt off of it. I walked into the McCall house quietly. I didn't know what time it was, and if it was early I didn't want to wake anybody up. Yet as I shut the front door my ears picked up on someone's breathing. As I focused more on it I could tell that it wasn't breathing, but sobbing. Slowly, I walked toward the living room to see Auntie Melissa embracing a sobbing Scott from behind. My heart clenched painfully as I saw my strong older cousin break down. I bit my lip. I couldn't help feeling somewhat guilty, knowing I had been a part of the stress he had to suffer by himself. Before I could make my presence known, my eyes met my aunt's. She was pleading with me, and then I understood. She wanted some time with her son, and I nodded, my feelings not hurt at all. I quickly left before Scott saw me. As I rode away from the house, I wondered now where do I go? I guess my body made its mind up before my actual mind did as I recognized that I was now on the street where the Stilinski house resided. I didn't even bother knocking. Already knowing where they hid their extra key, I walked and made my way to Styles's room. I slowly opened the door to make sure there was time to get away just in case I was walking in on an indecent Styles. Ignoring all the images on his cop investigation board, I went to Styles' bed and gently tapped his shoulder. I knew he wasn't asleep when he instantly responded by turning to face me. "Hey," he murmured softly. He moved over to make room for me. I sighed as I went under the blankets and snuggled into his side. "Couldn't sleep?" I asked as I wrapped my arm around his stomach. "Believe it or not, that's not the reason at all actually," he said, his voice filled with relief at the idea. "I actually woke up half an hour earlier feeling well rested that I didn't want to sleep anymore. Now I'm just thinking." I smiled into his shirt. "Don't hurt yourself." I felt him snort. "What are you doing here anyway?" "Not that I don't mind." I hesitated before telling him the truth. I walked in on Scott having a moment. Guess all the stress and tragedy that's happened finally caught up with him. He was with his mom, and I left to give them their privacy. We were quiet for a moment. Neither of us wanted to imagine strong Scott in any emotional distress or distress at all. "I really did a number on him, huh?" Styles said, trying to make a joke out of it. I sighed before sitting up on the bed. "We really did a number on him," I said sadly. "I hate hurting him, Styles. All of you. I know what it's like to lose something you love so dearly, and I was so cruel the way I died, but really didn't. I brought your hopes up and then crushed them when I couldn't wake up." Tears were falling from my eyes before I could stop them. I remember all the pleas to wake up when I just couldn't. He held my face and wiped the tears away. I sniffled, and my guilty eyes met his concerned ones. "Hey," he whispered before embracing me. "Don't you dare feel guilty. I know if you had a choice you would have waken up weeks ago before any of this happened. Don't act as if you're okay with what happened to you either, Belle. I know what it's like not to have control of your body and to feel trapped in it as well." As he spoke I felt tears fall onto my cheeks that I knew weren't my own. I embraced him tighter to me as we cried for the hardships we faced and made our loved ones faced. I realized now that Styles and I were one and the same, haunted by images and experiences that our own minds and bodies had done to us. "We're damaged, but we aren't broken. We're gonna get through this, Tink," he whispered to me after who knows how long. I smiled fondly at the old nickname. "Don't call me that, I shot back, but no seriousness in the protest. I used to hate when he called me that when we were little. Always teasing me for being so tiny like Tinkerbell. Worse, I used to adore Peter Pan, so every time I made them watch it, Styles would see Tinkerbell and say, "Hey, look, it's you." Styles laughed. "You know you love it." "We'll heal in time," I whispered back, getting back to the subject. I didn't make it sound like a question, but Styles responded back like it was. He squeezed me to him before speaking into my hair. "Yeah, we will." After staying a couple more hours with Styles, I thought it was time to go home. When I entered the house, I saw that nobody was downstairs, so I made my way up to Scott's room. I knocked hesitantly. I rocked back and forth on my heels when I didn't get an answer right away. Finally a voice broke out. "Come in." As I entered, I saw him on the floor holding a lacrosse ball, leaning his head on the bed. Rather than speaking, I took the seat next to him and hugged my knees to my body. "Isaac left," he said. He threw the lacrosse ball up in the air and caught it. He did this repeatedly as the conversation continued. "He left with Argent late last night, saying he needed to get away and clear his head from everything. I don't know if he's coming back." His words choked a bit as he said the last part. "I feel like everything I touch is going to be ripped away." At that, I leaned onto his shoulder and linked our arms together. "I won't leave you," I said quietly. He laughed, but I didn't see the humor in the situation. "Don't you see, Bella? You were the first thing ripped away from me. Bella, I saw the light leave from your eyes. I felt you go limp." I closed my eyes, fighting the tears of guilt that wanted to fall. Hearing the agony is his voice, I don't know how I'll ever make it up to him. "Hey," he whispered to me. I opened my eyes to meet his concerned ones. He untangled our arms and brought me into his lap. "I'm not saying this to hurt you, Bella. Honest." I blinked through my tears. "I know that, Scott, but I hate that I hurt you. That I made you suffer through all of this." "Bella," he said. I looked up at him, urging him to continue. "I love you, Isabella Marie. With my heart and soul. You are one of the most important things to me." He linked our hands together and looked at them. "We may not be blood, but I don't give a crap. You little Belle, you will always be my sweet little sister that Uncle Charlie brought home one day. You'll always be this tiny girl with big brown eyes who'd crawl into my bed every summer to chase the nightmares away. No matter what happens, Bella Marie, you have me wrapped around your finger. I know Aiden and Ethan are in the picture now, and you have these special places in your heart only meant for Styles and Jackson, but I hope that through it all I'm going to be your protector. Your hero that'd do anything to make sure you never cried. Well, I guess I'm not doing a good job, huh?" He said as he saw my tears. I cried into his shoulder as I hugged him harder to me. Finally, when I calmed down, I spoke. "Do you remember what happened that day we went to the park the first summer we met?" Scott smiled fondly as he thought of the memory. I couldn't fight back mine either. It was one of the earliest memories we made together. We were both 7 at the time. It hadn't even been a week since I've met the McCalls, so naturally I was still suspicious of them. It hadn't even been a year since the accident. But Charlie really wanted me to know his and my new family despite Renee's protest to take it slow. Charlie had taken Scott and I to the park to bond. He feared that we wouldn't get along. It wasn't that. Scott was nice and all to me, and he never picked on me for how small I was for my age. He just scared me is all. He was bigger than me, and I was nervous that he'd sit on me, or something. Anyway, when Charlie was talking to someone else, I sneakily climbed one of the trees. Well, attempted to anyway. My footing was incorrect, and I had slid off the tree, skinning my knees. I cried silently to myself. Back then I felt as if something was missing, and that made it hurt even worse. Back then I didn't realize what I was yearning for was for the comfort of my brothers. Then Scott appeared, practically out of nowhere. "Hey Bella Marie, don't cry. It's okay. We'll place band-aids on your boo-boos and then they'll be all better." A 7-year-old Scott exclaimed. But it was what he did next that caused me to stop crying. He got on his hands and knees and crawled until he was sitting right next to me. He wrapped his arm around me and placed my head into the crook of his neck. As he patted my hair down, suddenly, I just stopped crying. A sense of comfort and protection ran through me as we stayed like that until Charlie noticed we were missing. And even as Charlie bandaged me up, Scott never left. He held my hand throughout the whole thing. "Ever since then you became my protector. You always knew how to make me feel better. No matter who comes in my life or who leaves. You'll always be my Scotty. The Scotty who patted my head when I was scared, let me sleep in his bed to chase the nightmares away, and I just love you, Scotty. My brother. My protector and hero. Always. Back then and now. I felt him smile in my hair, and I knew we'd be okay. I remember that. I also remember you telling me an hour later that you wanted to fall in love with a guy just like that. And then I asked you, like what? And you said, someone who could do something so simple as wrapping their arm around you and patting you on the head to make you feel loved and safe. I blushed at the innocent statement I said back then. I remember, I said, I'm still looking for him. And I realized that Edward could never make me feel comforted so fast. He always had to talk to me and practically dazzle me to keep calm. I guess he really wasn't meant for me. Scott sighed. We've come a long way, haven't we? I nodded. Yeah, we have. There will always be bad times, but there will also be good ones, too. No matter what happens or who we say goodbye to, Scott, we'll face it together. Through thick and thin. Scott smiled at me. You always did know how to make me feel better. I rolled my eyes. He should have known that by now. Here, we'll make it official. Give me you, Pinky. He glared at me, though there was mirth in his eyes. Pinky promise. Really, Bella? I glared at him, fully serious. He sighed and gave me his pinky. I linked ours together and swung them a bit. Here's to facing the odds and good times together. Do you, Scott McCall, promise to keep this pinky promise? I asked, trying to keep the laughter from my voice. He didn't though. He howled with laughter as he swung our pinkies. It's a promise, Bella Marie. I smiled at the nickname. He hasn't said that in years. I'm coming, I said as I took my wet hair out of the towel. Scott had left to see Deaton to actually work. Only Deaton would be so kind about all the hours Scott has missed these past couple months. I smiled happily when I saw it was my brothers behind the door. Hey, I exclaimed as I eagerly wrapped my arms around them. Come in, come in. I walked upstairs to my room, knowing that they'd follow me. I sat in a crisscross position on my bed as I looked at my brothers, waiting for one of them to start speaking. They glanced at each other before looking at me. We brought you something, Aiden said as he revealed the manila envelope he held behind his back and placed in front of me. I glanced at them curiously before opening the envelope. The first thing I picked out was my birth certificate. Isabella Marie Carver, I said as I looked at it. Obviously I knew what my surname was once my memories returned to me, but it's different when you actually look at it right in front of you. As I traced the name, I began to speak. You know they never took this away from me. Ethan frowned. I'm not following. Charlie and Renee. They never changed my name, only added the Swan part to it. I remember I asked once what the C stood for since on official things since it'd spell in bold, Isabella Marie C. Swan. A.N. if you don't remember Renee as their mother's sister. So they wouldn't have the same surname, she told me if I really wanted to know ask her one more time after a period of time. In my heart I knew I wouldn't like the answer, so I never asked. I remember Aunt Renee, Aiden said as he leaned back on the computer chair. She was hilarious. Always pushing Mom's buttons just cause she got a kick of the rise she got out of her. We laughed. Mom was the calm one in the family. So seeing her practically with steam blowing out of her ears was a rare sight. Ethan rolled his eyes. So that's where you get it from. He laughed even harder as he dodged the pen Aiden threw at him. The next thing I pulled out were bank papers that included a checkbook, a pretty black credit card, and one debit card. Each item was engraved with my name, too. When I saw how much money was in the account my eyes widened. That's a lot of zeros. Aiden rolled his eyes. Tell me about it. I swear our parents were probably in the mafia for a while. I laughed. I knew we were well off. But I didn't know we were that well off. We did inherit a lot. Ethan scoffed. Bella, that's only your trust. They split it 3 ways evenly. There should be another debit card in there. I looked in the envelope to grab it. That card is connected to money in a joint account that all our names are under. This is the money we gained from insurance from our parents, the house, etc. I nodded. Thank you for bringing me this, I said. Aiden smiled softly at me. Please don't. We've been meaning to give this to you for a while now. That money is yours just as it is ours. On another note, we're also here to just hang out, Ethan said. We're siblings, but we're strangers too. There's a lot we don't know about you and vice versa. I guess we're to fill that gap. I understood what he said. Before I died, when we were around each other there was often this awkward silence that we didn't how to fill. Ethan was right. We were strangers, but blood at the same time. Our relationship was awkward at best. They yearned to be needed by their little sister, and I just couldn't be that girl I was back then. Yes, I needed love and protection that only older siblings could give. But it wasn't them that I wanted it from. Although I hadn't meant to, Scott and Styles had quickly taken the absent places of my brothers in my heart. And as much as I knew they wished for life to turn out different, I wouldn't change my life for the world. Scott and Styles were simply too important to me to replace. So we talked about our favorite colors, our favorite hobbies, our fondest moments. The longer time went by, the more relaxed each of us became. I realized then too that we'd soon learn how to figure out how our relationship with one another would work. They had the title brothers. But right now we just had to work on being friends first. 1 week later. It was study hall time, thank goodness, since I honestly had no heart to pay attention listening in class. The thought of Derek hurt or in danger just didn't sit well with me. Who takes someone all the way down to Mexico anyway to kill them? So clearly something must be up. I jumped when I felt a sharp kick on my foot. I looked and glared at Lydia, who was sitting across from me. Stop worrying. We'll find him, and all will be well with you too, she whispered to me before returning back to her notes. I frowned. What's that supposed to mean? I didn't like the way her voice implied something. Nothing's going on. Lydia rolled her eyes. I'm not blind, Bella. I see the way his puppy dog eyes follow you around every time you're around. He may hide it well from the others, but this is me we're talking about. I fought back the blush. He always had this look to him whenever our eyes met, but it couldn't mean that, could it? He doesn't like me like that, I mumbled, trying extremely hard to hide the disappointment from my voice. How could gorgeous Wolfie Derek like me? Small and blushing Swan. I may have gotten over some of my insecurities, and knew I was quite cute looking, pretty even. But how in the world could Derek fall for something like that? Of course he'd want someone that was drop dead. Stop it, she said. I looked at her curiously. You're a beautiful girl, and any guy out there would be lucky to have someone as gorgeous, kind, and caring as you. I looked into her hazel green eyes, and was touched by the straight-up genuine honesty in them. I smiled softly. You're a good friend, you know that. She rolled her eyes. Duh, she said, jokingly. Anyway, back to the topic, clearly you like him like that. To be honest, I never really thought of it. When he's around, everything just I don't know how to explain it, I said, frustrated. Did I like Derek that way? I thought. He was attractive and his presence was absolutely comforting, but was I ready to be in another relationship? Lydia's eyes widened, and suddenly she looked at me with this knowing look. What? I said, curious to find out what she knew. She laughed at me. Oh no, I'm not saying anything. You have to figure it out all on your own. A little bit of advice, hun. Whatever happens, just don't let your past ruin the rest of your future. You'd be surprised about what you'd find when you finally open your eyes. Throughout her sentence, Lydia's eyes softened at whatever was behind me. She gave a soft smile over my head, and I turned around, seeing Aiden return the sentiment. Saving me from an awkward third-wheeler moment, the bell rang, and we collected our books. I saw Aiden beginning to move toward us, and before I could say anything, it's like Lydia read my mind. Don't worry, I won't say a word. I nodded back in gratitude, and quickly walked to my next class, leaving the lovebirds alone. Well, looks like Aiden finally convinced Lydia to give him a real chance. As I opened the door to the house, I went up to Scott's room knowing he and Styles were there. I opened the door to see Styles back up from Malia's claws. I am so sorry, she said as she laughed happily, probably from being able to take her claws out. Scott looked at me and smiled. Hey, I smiled back at him and walked toward him. I wrapped my arm around him and gave him a squeeze. Bella, look. Malia then brought her clawed arm toward my face, but before it was about to hit me, Scott quickly placed himself in front of me, taking the blow. I heard a ripping and knew Malia's claws swiped through his clothes. Thankfully I didn't see any blood, so no one was hurt. Aw shoot. Sorry, Malia said, embarrassed. I laughed as a way to tell her no harm was done. Malia and I had an interesting relationship. When we had first met, the first thing Malia had told me was that I reminded her of a baby animal that had gotten eaten once by a predator. Though it had bugged and slightly disturbed Scott, oddly enough I wasn't offended by her brutal honesty. Styles had already warned me of her strange animalistic tendencies, so I laughed. It often told her that I had actually almost gotten eaten once or twice. Yeah, neither Scott nor Styles found my remark funny, but it had impressed Malia. Since then Malia treated me a little differently. It seemed as though she was always trying to please me as often she saw me. One day I was so cold at school since I forgot my jacket, and the next morning she brought me a fur coat to keep me warm. She did a couple of these things since we met, and I was often confused why she didn't do this for anyone else. Styles explained that since I reminded her of a baby animal, the animalistic instinct court for her would be to care and tend to it. After Styles told me that's how she felt, I quickly told Malia that though I appreciated her thoughtfulness I could take care of myself. She told me I was an idiot, and asked how I, a puny human, could defend myself from the supernatural. I couldn't find an answer and admitted she was right. She then admitted that she felt an annoying protectiveness for me like she did for Styles. I let the argument go, and just simply embraced our odd friendship. She was great company anyway. Though I hated lying to her. Scott had told me Malia's family history, and I disapproved of the fact they were hiding it from her. After so much bickering, Styles promised me that he would tell her when she was well adapted into human society. It's fine, Scott said. He went back to the closet to grab a fresh shirt. Are you two staying for dinner? I asked, but pleaded with my eyes to say yes. Aunt Melissa has been working later this past week, and don't even get me started on the awkwardness it has brought on when Scott's dad started eating with us. Styles smiled sympathetically at me. Yeah, I could eat. Malia nodded as well. As we got dinner ready, both Aunt Melissa and Raphael came inside. Aunt Melissa smiled at us. Well, looks like it's a full house. We ate in comfortable silence before Scott broke it. So just to remind you, we're going camping tomorrow. And the rest of the weekend since it's a 3-day holiday. Scott's parents nodded. Who's going again? Raphael asked. Me, Styles, Lydia, Malia, Bella, Scott said, but was cut off by his mom. Bella, she's not going, Aunt Melissa said. I frowned. Wait, what? Why not? Instead of answering, Aunt Melissa looked at Raphael. I thought you told her. You told me you were going to tell her, he shot back. Tell me what? I demanded, irritated at the thought of not going to Mexico. That you're going to Forks for the weekend. Your ticket is on the counter. You leave in the morning. Your father wants to see you. Have you even talked to him? I shifted in my seat, guilty. Once. I've been busy catching up with all the school work that I missed. And worrying about Derek. I sighed. I knew I couldn't win this fight. They thought we were going camping, and if I tried to fight not going to Forks they'd know something was up. After dinner was over, I sullenly packed a bag to bring to Forks. It was hard to get any sleep. Too worried about their trip to Mexico. I sighed, not being able to find a position to sleep in comfortably. I tiptoed into Scott's room. I found him staring up at the ceiling with his arms behind his head. Can't sleep? Scott asked, already knowing the answer. I shook my head, but realized he wasn't looking at me. I climbed into the space that he left for me and made myself comfortable. He wrapped his arm around me and kissed me forehead. Everything will be okay, he said. I hope so, I thought before I finally drifted off. I carried my duffel bag down the stairs to see everyone by the front door. I smiled when I noticed Malia was sulking. When I reached the bottom step, she wrapped her arms around me and nuzzled her face into my hair. She towered over me. Her 5'8" height compared to my 5'2" frame. Can't we just take her with us? Place her in the trunk or something, she complained as she stopped nuzzling my face, but she didn't release me. Malia, Kira gently said. She's not a pet, remember? Malia rolled her eyes. I know that. She turned to face me. You'll be okay, right? You're not gonna get eaten or anything. I forced myself to not laugh as I saw how serious she was being. I'll try my hardest, I said. She nodded, not getting my sarcasm. Good. I quite like having you around. You're like this annoying little pup that just needs to be coddled or something. It would really suck trying to replace you if you died and got eaten. Styles laughed nervously. Believe it or not, that's progress. I smiled, not offended. I know that it was her own way of saying that she cared for me. I quickly hugged each of them. I heard a honk outside, knowing that was my cab. Please be safe, I said as I looked at everyone. I leaned my head onto the window. Here I come, Forks. Crap, I thought. Where the hell did my cell phone go? I totally forgot to ask where I was supposed to meet my dad. I sighed, not in a good mood at all. I tried to get a couple of hours of sleep. But this annoying kid continuously kicked my seat. As I walked toward the payphone area, I saw a tall figure leaning against the wall near one of the many airport exits. I stopped and smiled, knowing I didn't have to call my dad anymore. I quickened my pace, and simply dropped my bag onto the floor before jumping into the figure's arms. I locked my legs around his waist to keep me up, but his steady form didn't budge from my attack. His hands went to my thighs, holding them firmly as he nuzzled his face into my hair. I smiled into the crook of his neck before placing a soft kiss onto his jaw. Jackson, I sighed into him. Suddenly the thought of this trip seemed to be even more appealing. What are you doing here? I exclaimed. We were walking hand in hand to his car. Well, I thought I'd come to Forks since a certain someone clearly had no time to give me the time of day other than a quick call to let me know that she's awake, he said calmly. Internally, I winced. Despite how cool his tone was, I could hear the acid in the tone. He was mad. Funny how your own father has the time to let me know how you're doing. Okay, now he really didn't hide the irritation that time. You talked to my dad. I couldn't help but ask. They were on friendly terms, but they didn't seem to act as though they were BFFs. We had finally gotten to the car, and he opened my door before walking toward the trunk. As we got ourselves settled, he finally spoke. Yeah, I did. He called just wanting to see how I was doing. Then he invited me over since you were coming down this weekend. It's nice to know someone cares. As he spoke, his cool collected face finally morphed into anger. But I knew he just wasn't angry. He was hurt. Not knowing how to respond, I looked out the window of his Porsche as he drove me home. No one spoke as we arrived to our destination. Come on, Swan, man up. I thought to myself. Jax, I said as I turned around to face him. He was looking straight ahead. His knuckles white as he clenched his fists on the steering wheel after hearing my old childhood nickname for him. He despised when people attempted to give him a nickname, but luckily I was able to get away with it. You know I'd never stop caring for you. His cold blue eyes flashed toward me, and morphed into a glare. I stared back, not intimidated at all by the coldness in them. It was his coping mechanism. He hid all the emotions he felt in his eyes to make sure people couldn't see him, but I always saw him. I saw the hurt, the fear, and the anger. Despite how busy I've gotten, that doesn't excuse the way I acted. I've been a horrible friend. Still no response. I took my seatbelt off and reached up to cup his jaw. You're important to me. He closed his eyes and leaned into my hand. The distance between us and how many times I see you will never lessen that. I felt his breath on my arm as he sighed. He took my hand away from his jaw and began to get out of the car. As he got out of the car, he looked back at me. Come on, Ella. Let's go see your dad. I beamed at him as I heard his nickname for me. He rolled his eyes before slamming the car door at me. And just like that, I knew we were okay. Kiddo, Charlie exclaimed as we entered. Hey Dad, I muffled into his shirt as he came forward to embrace me. I placed my arms lightly around him and gave him an awkward pat. I knew he missed me. And me keeping my distance didn't help that. Honestly, I tried to ensure that our past phone calls were not long. I didn't what to think of him when the memories of my blood father returned to me. As a child, I loved my father. I was a huge, daddy's girl, and was never ashamed of it. I idolized him, and when those memories returned I felt as though I had betrayed him for allowing Charlie to take his place. With that still in mind, I tried as hard as I could to keep Charlie at arm's length after we embraced. I don't think I was doing a good job though, since both he and Jax were giving me these strange looks. Only a couple hours after we arrived, Jackson had spoken up and claimed he wanted to leave to explore Forks. Talk about being subtle. What in the world was there to explore in Forks? I sent him a nasty look behind Charlie's back, knowing that they both knew I was acting a little off, and I didn't want to be left alone with him. He rolled his eyes discreetly back at me. I knew that expression. He was telling me to suck it up and tell Charlie everything that had happened, well, excluding the supernatural part of the gist. When he finally left, Charlie finally said something. "What's going on with you, Bella?" I sighed. I remember. It was all I said, but I knew from his shocked expression he understood everything I was saying by just those 2 words. After a long moment filled with silence, Charlie finally spoke. "What triggered it?" I saw my brothers. Charlie met my eyes in surprise. "They survived." I nodded back. I explained how they attend the same school as I do back in Beacon Hills, and how running into one of them triggered my memories to come back. As I finished explaining that, I thought I owed it to him to tell him I was acting so strange. "I'm confused." Charlie looked at me with concern. "How so?" "I love you," I confessed with aggravation. His mustache twitched as he hid a smile. "You make it sound like it's a bad thing." Well, it kind of is, I thought. When the memories came back, so did the emotions and feelings that came with it. I love my dad, but I love you too. I feel as though I'm betraying him by the feelings I feel for you. I don't know what to do. I growled in frustration. "Come here, kiddo," he said as he patted the spot beside him. He wrapped his arm around me as I sat down. "When we first adopted you, I didn't know what to do. I knew I loved you, but I didn't think I was worthy enough to be your father. In my eyes, you had a father. I've seen the way you acted with him when Renee would bring me over occasionally to family events. You looked at Michael as if he hung the moon and stars. I always thought to myself, how could I compete with that? How could I replace her father in her life when she had Alrea? Di had an amazing man fill that role despite the fact you had no memory of him. So what did you do?" I asked. Charlie smiled at me, and I blushed at the raw love and adoration there was in his face. Melissa was the one that actually snapped me out of it. She told me, "Do everything you can to ensure she has a good life and won't ever need to ask for anything. Charlie, you just love the girl, and everything will fall into place." So I did just that. And before I knew it, I had fallen into my own type of role as a father. Then that look you'd given Michael was suddenly being given to me. So you see, Bella, I never tried to be like Michael. I didn't want to be. He's your father, Bella, just as I am. I frowned. I didn't understand. Charlie chuckled. "You don't have to ever stop loving Michael, but also cherish the moments we've had. Don't forget about those you've loved in the past, but also don't let it prevent you from loving future people that'll come into your life. The value they have in your heart won't diminish despite what you think." I smiled a little, understanding what he meant. It was like what I told Jackson, he'd always be important to me. I pecked his cheek and gave him a side hug. "Thank you, Dad." As he pulled away, he looked away in embarrassment. "Don't mention it, kid. Now I've got the night shift, so I'll see you in the morning." I sighed as I tried to relax in bed. I wrapped my arms around my knees as I processed my conversation with Charlie. Who would have thought the old chief had it in him to have such a way with words? I heard my wooden floor of my bedroom creak, but I didn't turn around knowing the sound was purposely made for my benefit. Not a minute later, I feel a shift in my bed. His arm wrapped around my middle as he spooned against me. "I should be annoyed that you left me with him when you could tell I didn't want you to leave, but I'm not." He scoffed into my hair as I spoke. "Did it work out?" "Yes, it did." "Then that's all that matters," he said arrogantly, as if it was his fault that the weirdness between us was over. I rolled my eyes despite the fact he couldn't see them. What an arrogant ass, and I told him as such. He didn't laugh outright, but I could feel his body shaking trying to hide it. "You know, Charlie may like you, but he may shoot you if he finds in my bed with only shorts on," I said. "I have supernatural hearing, I'll be out of here before he knows it." "Now, sleep," he said as he tucked me tighter into his body. I didn't say any more and drifted off to sleep. I felt the wind blow in my face, and I closed my eyes and sighed. I was really trying to enjoy my last day here, but in the 4 days I've been here, no one in Beacon Hills would answer my calls. Jackson and I had decided to stay an extra couple of days so I could spend more time with Charlie. The only time that I was contacted was when Lydia had texted me saying they were back for Mexico with Derek in hand. I was getting antsy with no other news. Jackson, as if he could read my mind, called me out on it. "Stop it," he said beside me as we watched the sunset together in the sand on First Beach. "I can't help it. What if something happened?" "Oh, Or what if they're actually studying right now and are too busy to take your annoying call? You know Scott clearly needs every minute he could get to pull barely AB average. I glared him. I was stressed as it is. I couldn't tolerate his cold remarks right now. He wrapped his arm around me and brought me closer to his side. Look, no news is good news. And quit worrying about other people, and start worrying about yourself. You were almost mauled by a werewolf today, and you just found out you're on a vampire's death list. I scoffed. And whose fault was that I almost got mauled today? Stupidly. I brought Jackson with me to see the pack at Sam's house. Let's just say Jackson and Paul clearly didn't get along. Paul had made a snide comment over Jackson's clearly designer clothes, and Jackson being Jackson didn't back down. Well, I'm sorry, I was brought up well enough not to walk around half naked everywhere I go. Don't you have any modesty? Jackson sneered back at Paul. Paul being Paul got angry. I could see his form blurring since he was shaking so fast. Paul! Sam screamed in order to calm him down, but it was too late. Paul had shifted barely a yard away from Jackson. Everyone was worried that Jackson couldn't get away and would die from being hit by Paul in wolf form, but I wasn't worried. I had already told Jax about the wolves, and he was prepared. With a grace, a ballerina would be jealous if he leapt out the way with barely a second to spare. His face had shifted as his eyes glowed blue and he bared his fangs at Paul's wolf. They fought for a couple minutes. And everyone was in shock to do anything. I was tired of the fighting, so I turned on Sam's hose and sprayed at them. Enough! I yelled at them as they both were bent down in attack positions, baring their teeth at me now. He started it, Jax mumbled. I smiled. After things settled down, the pack finally told me there was a red-haired vampire trailing around here. I froze and explained that her name was Victoria and she was probably after me. I told them I knew that because Laurent had told me before the pack killed him that Victoria may have been planning something as a revenge for James. And for the other thing, I'm hoping the pack can handle it, I said. Sam had said to not worry and leave ASAP to prevent Victoria from following after me. He said he'd protect me and would ensure they captured her. He scoffed. Yeah, let's hope those mongrels are good for something. I rolled my eyes. Aren't you being a little hypocritical? You're technically a mongrel too, you know. At least I'm a better looking mongrel. I didn't even want to start with that ego of his. I loved him, I really did, but you're an ass, Jax. I laughed as he playfully shoved me away. I got myself together when I heard his question. How's Lydia? I hesitated before speaking, but I knew he deserved total honesty. She's good. I've never seen her so content with anybody the way she is with Aiden. She's happy. Jax nodded absently. That's good. I bumped his shoulder with mine for him to continue. When I came back, I knew something was off. I saw the way she was with Aiden. There was something there that I knew we were never had. We loved each other, yay, but when I saw her with Aiden I saw some unspoken thing there despite how early their relationship was starting. He was silent for a moment. She still loves me. I saw it in her eyes. And I still feel the same way, but I couldn't do that to her. I wouldn't ruin that something special she had with Aiden so that we could have another chance. We were good together. But she found that person that she just fits with. You okay? I knew this was hard on him. The only two females he let inside was Lydia and I. Ever since he found out he was adopted he had shut himself out. He put up this front, and only we and Danny had seen him without it. I don't know, but I will be. You don't forget your first, but you also have to know when it's time to move on. And I understand that now. I hid a smile as I looked at Jax stare at the sunset. The spoiled and insecure boy I had met years ago was finally growing up. Be good out there, kid, he said into my hair as we hugged goodbye. I will, Dad. Love you. He pressed a kiss to my forehead before leaving the airport. Jackson and I didn't speak as we made it all the way through security, which was where we had to reluctantly part ways. So help me Isabella if you don't call, he didn't continue, leaving me to get the gist of it as he pulled me into his arms. I know. Please be safe, I said as he released me. He rolled his blue eyes. I should be telling you that. I smiled softly at him knowing he was trying really hard to hide his concern for me. I stroked his hair as I pressed a kiss against his jaw. I'll be okay, Jax. I squeezed our intertwined hands. He stared into my eyes for a moment, looking for something. Seems like he found it as he nodded to himself. I closed my eyes and sighed as he placed a gentle kiss on my forehead. We stayed like that for a moment before he walked away to his gate. I turned around and walked toward my gate as well. Whenever we parted ways, we never said goodbye. I'm fuming. It was already dark outside, and I've been waiting for Scott for the past hour and a half at the airport. His cell phone was off too. I sighed as I reached into my duffel bag for my phone. But I saw something that reminded me of something I had to do. I called for a taxi and waited for it to pick me up. Derek. I called out when nobody answered the door to his loft. Maybe he's not here. Or maybe he didn't want to see me. I bit my lip hoping it was the former. I'll just place his sweater on his table or something. I made an attempt to open the loft door and it worked. I cautiously walked inside now knowing if anyone was really here or not. Too focused on looking around I didn't notice that someone had entered the loft. What are you doing? I swirled around ready to punch someone when my footing got the best of me. I yelped as my feet got tangled and I ended up falling on my butt. I looked up to see amused ocean blue eyes staring down at me. Don't you dare laugh, I warned him as I saw a smile appear in his face. I don't know how that was funny since he ended up bursting into laughter. It was a hearty laugh that came from your throat and it sounded so genuine. I'll deny it if that laugh didn't tug at my heart. What I'd give to make him laugh like that again. But as he laughed more, I realized he was fine. He wasn't hurt or anything. Boylin. Anger coursed through me as I glared fiercely up at him. Well, I'm glad you find this so entertaining. And suddenly it was as if a switch turned off in my head as I started blabbing every worry I had over him the past few days. It seems as though you are completely fine. You know you could have called me. Do you have any idea how sick and worried I was about you? I was on my feet by now, our bow. Eyes barely inches apart as I poked him his fine-toned chest with my finger. He was frowning at me now. God, I must have looked like a crazy idiot. Hey, what's wrong? He said calmly as he placed his hands on my shoulders to calm me down. I shrugged out of his touch and tried to ignore the warmth that spread through me when he touched me. I laughed bitterly as tears of anger and distress appeared in my eyes. What's wrong? What's wrong? You left. And I had no idea what had happened to you. What if you had? I choked on my breath. The thought of him hurt or even worse dead caused a deep pain in my body. Suddenly he was there. He didn't let me finish my sentence as he pulled roughly into his chest. My hands fisted into his t-shirt when he didn't let go. I let the sobs from all the stress I dealt with come out in the safety of his arms. I knew I should be embarrassed. I sounded like an insane clingy girlfriend. But right now I didn't care because he made me feel warm. And it terrified me how important he was becoming to me by the minute. We could have stayed like this for hours, and I still wouldn't have complained. When we separated I almost leaned forward again yearning for his warmth. But luckily he didn't stop touching me. He held my face gently in his hands, and wow, I could have lost myself in that gaze. Why did it look so familiar though? The way he looked at me, it was like and then it hit me. I know why this gaze was familiar, because I had seen it before. It was the way Sam looked at Emily, Jake to Angela, and Aiden to Lydia. The way he looked at me was like a blind man seeing the sun for the first time. He imprinted on me. I was his mate, but why didn't he tell me? Why? I whispered. He furrowed his eyebrows as he leaned his head to the left in question. Why what? I took a breath, mentally preparing myself for the answer. Why didn't you tell me that you imprinted on me? It all made sense now. Why I found those glimpses of adoration in his eyes. Why Lydia knew it because she saw that gaze stared at her through Aiden. Why I felt this crazy need to be with him and near him. Were you disappointed? I forced the question out, needing to know why he had hid it for so long. No, he exclaimed it so aggressively it almost sounded like he growled it. His hands became a little firmer, but still gentle on the sides of my face. I was thrilled when I had realized it. And I was even happier the more I got to know you. I didn't want the choice to be taken away from you. Whatever happens between us, I want it to be genuine and not just because of some pull between us. I mean, we still barely knew each other. I nodded back, relieved. I stepped closer to him and palmed his jaw in my hand. I'd like that, I said honestly. With Edward it was all so fast-paced. It'd be nice to slow it down. I slapped his shoulder though. He pretended to wince at my attack, but I rolled my eyes knowing that it barely hurt. You still could have called me though. Let me know you were okay, I said. Still angry with that. Derek chuckled as he brought me closer to his chest. I don't have your number. I placed my hand out waiting for him. He knew what I wanted and pulled his phone out of his back pocket. I saved my number on his phone and texted my number so that I could have his number. There. Now next time you won't have any excuses. I wasn't technically able to call you anyway this time though. I wouldn't have remembered you. I cocked my head to the side, confused. He then explained what had happened in Mexico and how he had recently just turned back to his older 21-year-old self rather than being 16 again. Oh, that reminds me. I took his sweater out of my bag and put it in his hands. I never gave this back to you, which was the point of visiting. He looked down at his old Beacon Hill sweater with a soft smile. I'm assuming he was remembering his time back then. It must have certainly been different than his memories now. But then he put it back in my hands. Keep it. It's not like it fits anyway. I took it, touched it, being given a piece of his past. I wish I met younger you. I wonder how you were back then. He smirked at me. I was a hot kid. You would have been crushing on me the first time our eyes met. I rolled my eyes at him, but I honestly didn't doubt it. Ever since we first met, his eyes were the first things that enticed me so much in the first place. I tried to smack him again, but he grabbed me and pulled me in close. I yelped as he swept me off my feet and twirled me around. I giggled, linking my hand with the one that was wrapped around me. I sighed in content as I leaned my back more into his chest. Ask me again sometime. I'll tell you all about my past, he said after a moment of silence. I turned my head to look up at his blue eyes that were staring down at me. I gave him a soft smile. I'd like that. We stayed like that for a while, and I was so tempted to lean in and close the distance between our mouths. But the time on the clock distracted me. It's late, I said in shock. I hadn't known I had been here for a while. I should go. He scoffed as he took my hand to stop me from moving. Please, it's late. You can stay here the night. I smiled back. What happened to taking things slow, huh? I couldn't help teasing him. I could stay on the couch, but I put my hand up, stopping him from continuing. Please. We already slept in the same bed together already. I'll go change then. After dressing into short shorts and an oversized t-shirt, I made my way to the bed to see him dressed in only shorts on the bed. I crawled into bed unsure if we'd be cuddling like we did the last time. He answered my silent question though as he opened his arms to me, and I eagerly burrowed myself into his side. Again his warmth traveled throughout my body, and I instantly relaxed. We were quiet then, but there was something nagging at me. It was Charlie's words, don't forget about those you've loved in the past. But also don't let it prevent you from loving the future people that'll come into your life. Derek, I whispered, unsure if his deep breathing meant he was sleeping or not. He mumbled back. I lifted my head from that was laying in the crook of his neck to look at him. His eyes were closed, but I could tell his ears were listening to me. I placed my hand on the side of his jaw, and those deep soulful eyes met mine. Not saying anything, I slowly closed the distance between us and gently pressed my lips against his. The warmth and electric current I had with him overpowered my body as our lips connected. And I wanted to feel more of it. Yet I couldn't bring myself to further the kiss. It was soft and gentle as his lips moved against mine. We pulled away after a moment. Our breaths and heartbeats the only sound coming between us. I pecked his lips softly once more before placing myself back into the crook of his neck. Good night, I murmured. He didn't respond, but only pulled me tighter into his embrace. Before coming here, despite being over, Edward the First was scared to love again, scared to put myself out there only to be crushed into the end. Yet here I was drowning in those ice crystal blue eyes. In his smell, and in Derek himself. But I couldn't find it in myself wanting to be saved from this. I groaned as I felt the sunlight on my face. I sat up and felt a weight drop to my lap. I looked down and saw Derek's arm. I smiled softly as my gaze made it to his face. All the walls were down and he looked so peaceful. I softly stroked his face with my fingertips. As the memories from last night came to my mind, it still blew me away to think that this man would be with me for as long as I want. I remembered only pieces of my father's explanation of what imprinting was. The sacred gift that came with shifting into a wolf. He had explained that only families born with the wolf gene could imprint. That didn't mean that non-bitten wolves couldn't find their mates. But it was a slower process for them. I was barely 4 when he explained it to me. Daddy, look. I pointed at Cedric, one of the members of our pack, who was looking at a woman around his age funny. Why is he looking at her so funny? Like he ate the best ice cream ever. My father chuckled beside me as he picked me up off the ground and walked us away from the couple. That's Cedric imprint, darling. I frowned. What's an imprint? Imprinting is when a wolf finds their one true love. It's a person who helps calms the wolf, and he or she will be very special to the wolf's pack. Why will they be special? They're special because they are a missing piece of the wolf. The family understands that he or she is a special gift that was given to the wolf. A mate, a love, truest happiness. I nodded. Wow, sounds like a fairy tale. Will I be an imprint, Daddy? He was silent before speaking. Maybe, but I hope it doesn't happen until later on. You are still mine after all. I don't think I'd like to share you very much. I giggled as he hugged me more into his chest. Silly Daddy. I'll always be yours, but what if I don't like my imprint? What if I don't want to be his soul mate? He smiled softly at me. No matter what happens, whether you'd be in love with your imprintee or not, he shall always be there for you. A guardian, a friend, a protector, a love who you can trust with your darkest secrets. If there's anything I can guarantee, it's this, my ladybug: your imprintee will be someone you can rely on when no one else is there. Where is your head? I blinked and looked down. I quickly pulled my hand back and blushed as I realized that while I was remembering what my father told me, I had unconsciously continued stroking Derek's face. I heard him chuckled as he pulled my back toward him. I don't mind you doing that. I quite enjoy it actually, he said as he leaned into my hand. His piercing blue eyes stared down at me as I softly stroked the corner of his mouth with my thumb. I smiled shyly back at him. That gaze had my stomach in knots and I felt so nervous all of a sudden. All of a sudden he sat up and I moved slightly to give him room to sit up. You know, you never answered my question. I frowned, confused. What question? Where your head was. Oh, that question. Not wanting him to know I was thinking about the imprint, I was very vague when I answered. Just a memory between my dad and I. His eyes became sympathetic. Do you think about them often? I shrugged. I didn't like talking about this, but I did bring the topic up. Besides, if anyone could understand how I feel, it'd be him. Sometimes. It's hard. I was young when I lost them. They're memories stronger than others, but I don't like trying to remember the blurry ones. They're random ones. Some with cousins. Others with my parents or my uncles. I guess I feel guilty for not remembering certain faces or events when they were a part of my life once upon a time. I have a few of those, he said after a moment of silence. I may not remember the exact memory, but I hold onto that rush of emotion I feel when I try and think of it. No matter what happened all those years ago, it's nice for me to think that even if I can picture what happened, I can still keep the happiness those moments gave me. I never thought of it that way, and what he said was true for me too. I remember having a cousin a year older than I was. Her name was Emmy. When I thought about her the first time, though I couldn't remember what she looked like, there was a rush of fondness that overcame me when the thought came into my mind. I took a hold of his hand and gave it a squeeze in gratitude. He understood my touch and gave it a gently squeeze back. I sigh as I looked toward the clock. I had to get to school. And I was not looking forward into seeing Scott. What? Derek asked when he noticed a shift in my emotions. I explained what had happened last night. Ah, he murmurs. You should cut him some slack. I glared at him for taking Scott's side, but then he explains the situation about Liam and the dead pool. I shook my head, and my anger for Scott disappears. I wasn't even gone for a week and all this happens. I exclaim. He chuckles before getting out of bed. Come on, I'll drive you. I'm supposed to check the new pup out today. We part ways when he parks. I went inside to see if I could find Scott. I finally found him as I was walking toward the boys' lacrosse locker room. Scott, I exclaim as I see him about to enter the locker room with a lacrosse stick in his hand. Bella, he questions. His eyes then widen as he realizes what he was supposed to do yesterday. Before he could talk, I place my hand on his mouth. Don't worry about it. I heard about happened. All is forgiven. Now come on. I want to see your new baby. I eagerly make my way to open the door before he grabs my hand. 1. He's not my baby. 2. We have to be quiet. He's not supposed to know we're there yet. Silently, we open the door and hide behind the lockers as we hear Derek's voice. Is this yours? I hear him say, followed by a crack. I rolled my eyes. Of course they'd want to test out his instincts, but there are better ways than antagonizing him. We hear a bang next, and that's when Scott makes himself known. Liam, he says in a calm voice. I hear a thump, and assume Derek put him down. You're right, he is angry. This one's yours. I make myself known as well as I see a cute 5'6" freshman boy with dark brown hair and blue eyes trying to calm himself as he holds his lacrosse stick. I quickly move closer to him, excited to meet the new pup. Foolish on my part when I realize that he was still calming himself down. Both Derek and Scott growl in warning when I move closer, and I quickly stay in place to ensure no fighting would occur. Liam flinches when he hears the growls, and a rush of protectiveness flows through me. Hey, you're scaring him. Don't worry about them. They won't hurt you, I say as I meet Liam's eyes. I'm Bella, by the way. I stick out my hand wanting him to make the first move. He slowly places his hand in mine and gives it a light squeeze. Liam. I giggle, he's so adorable looking. I was going to have fun with this pup. I know that already. I know it's hard right now, but I promise it gets better. You're going to be fine, Liam, I say as I squeeze his hand that's still in mine. He smiles back at me. Curiosity in his eyes. Get to class, Liam, Scott demands, but in a gentle way. Liam hesitates as looks warily back at Derek then at me. I laugh, as I understand why he's wary to leave. And touched at his worry for me. I wink at him. Don't worry, I'm not scared of the big bad wolf. Go on. He finally leaves after I reassure him, and I see Derek smiling slightly at Scott. What? Scott questions. You'll be good at this. Derek comments. Scott chokes out a hysterical laugh. Are you serious? I have no idea what I'm doing. Remember when you said you'd give me some tips? Well, I could use a whole manual on how to train a beta right about now. I could sense that he was getting way too caught up in his hysteria, so I wrap my arms around him and lean my head on his shoulder. I felt him take a deep breath before returning my embrace. As we separate, he leaves an arm around me. I feel him squeeze my shoulder as a thank you. Here's a tip. That anger of his, it'll make him strong. And dangerous. Scott murmurs worriedly. Very, Derek comments. Well, I think he'll do fine, I said confidently. Yeah. He'll have his moments, but he just needs to get a hang of things. Derek cocks an eyebrow at me. Oh, and how do you, Miss Human, think you'll know more about how well he'll act than two wolves that have actually been where he was? I smirk back at him. Because he'll have me to help him out when he gets sick of all the male figures around him. I mean, one of you is fine, but being surrounded by you, Scott, Ethan, and Aiden. I shake my head at the thought. He'll go insane without me. I laugh as Scott shrugs me off him, but I see Derek frown slightly. I don't really like the idea of you two alone together, especially after how he acted when he thought I snapped his stick. Scott was about to put his input, but I stopped him. As much as I appreciate the concern, I can take care of myself, I say, annoyed. I may have been human and a weakling compared to them, but that doesn't mean I wasn't capable of doing what I wanted. Derek smiled at me. I know that, but it doesn't mean I won't try and protect you. I can't help but worry. I feel a blush run through me as I felt how sincere he was being. He wasn't trying to control me, he just wanted to ensure I wouldn't be harmed. I smiled softly at him and quickly changed the subject as I saw Scott frown slightly at Derek. I didn't want him to know anything when I barely knew what I wanted from my relationship with Derek. I had a feeling that Scott didn't just ask Derek to check out Liam. So I decided it was time to actually get to class and give them a chance to talk. I'll see you two later. Before I leave, I place my hands on Scott's face. Whatever happens, it's going to work out. We're going to fight this together. We stare at one another for a moment before I peck his cheek. I turn around to look at Derek, who was looking outside the window to give us privacy. He turns to face me when he sees me coming closer. I'll see you, I say as I wrap my arms around him. It was a short hug, but the warmth that ran through me when I usually touched him was still there. He nodded back at me and I left without another word. Time for school joy. As school finishes, I notice Lydia and Malia in the middle of the hallway. I grow concerned when I see the frustrated look on Lydia's face. Everything okay? I ask as I walk up to them. Malia happily exclaims my name happily when she sees me. Bella, she says as she clobbers me with her arms. I missed you. Good to know you were actually able to fend yourself. She mumbles into my hair. As she releases me, she pats the hair she messed up down. I smile fondly back at her. I've missed you too. I look back at Lydia, who is smiling back at me. What's wrong? Her mood changes instantly and she sighs. It's the second code, I can't figure it out. I don't know what to do. Hey, I say comfortingly. I pat her cheek as I pull her into a hug. We'll figure it out. For now, why don't we go have a late lunch? The food today did not look good. They both readily agreed and we headed back to Lydia's car. As we drive off to the mall to eat, Malia begins to ask questions. Wait, how did you get to school? I didn't even know you were back. I came back yesterday. Scott was supposed to pick me up, but he forgot. I was mad, but after finding out what's been going on, I'm fine with what happened. Malia rolled her eyes at that. That idiot. He shouldn't have done that. What if you got eaten or something? She says with anger in her voice. Wait, so where did you go? Who brought you to school? Lydia questions. I blush. Oh, well, Derek kind of gave me a ride. I look out the passenger window as I say this. What? The two exclaim. Did you stay over? Malia demands. I bite my lip as I look down in embarrassment. It wasn't like that, I said quickly, practically hearing the gears shift in her head. We didn't do anything. We just slept. That's it, Lydia asks. Disappointed. I throw her a glare. Lydia, I barely know the guy. I don't think I'd want to give my virginity to a stranger. Lydia rolled her eyes. Yes, I know that, but nothing happened. Well, I hesitate. Malia's eyes widen. So something did happen. Spill. You know, for a girl who supposedly spent most of her life as a work coyote, you sure know how to act in girl conversations like this. How do you not get math, but you understand girl talk? I say dryly. She rolls her eyes at me. Because I am a girl first of all. And this is way more important than math. Math is very useful, thank you very much, but at the moment she is right. This is way more important, so stop changing the subject. Lydia states as she parks in the parking lot. I sigh as I get out. We kissed. But it wasn't a kiss, you know. Malia frowns. No, I don't know actually. She means it was more than a granny peck, but not one of those deep kisses, Lydia explains. Malia nods back. So how was it? I blush as I think of Derek's kiss. Like out of this world, I breathe. Lydia smiles knowingly, and that reminds me. I can't believe you didn't tell me you knew. I complain. Please. If I told you what I knew, you probably wouldn't have believed me. Although I was annoyed with her not telling me about the imprint, I know I would have refused and probably avoid Derek. Knew what? Malia asks. I then explain how naturally born werewolves are gifted with this ability to imprint. And Derek's that for you. I nod. Did he tell you? I shook my head. More like I realized it. Lydia chips in her 2 cents at her experience of imprinting. Her eyes glaze over as she speaks. I never thought I'd be so hung up on someone since Jackson, but there's something about Aiden. Ever since we met, it was like he was a bug that just wouldn't die no matter how hard I tried to step on him. I roll my eyes. Nice way of putting it. Sure sounds like such a loving bond, Malia says sarcastically. She smiles softly as she continues. Well, I did finally give him a real chance. I have no regrets. Now I know I wouldn't want to crush that annoying pest no matter how often he gets on my nerves. I smiled as I wrapped an arm around her. I'm happy for you too. You're good for his arrogant ass. And I don't think I have to tell you both not to tell anyone about what I just told you. They nod. What are you going to do? How are you two working it out? I don't know where we're headed, but right now we're just getting to know one another. I know there's a possibility there. But I don't know if I'm ready to jump at it at the moment. Malia wraps her around me. It'll work itself out. Just give it time. Okay, enough mushy stuff. Let's eat. Lydia exclaims. As we get back to the car, Lydia's phone rings. She's on the phone barely for a minute before hanging up. Who's that? I ask curiously. The sheriff. Meredith left Icon House looking for me. I didn't even have to ask where we were heading next. I shake my head trying to remove all the chaos that has happened in the last few days. Liam almost died, Kira, Scott, Aiden, Ethan, and Malia were almost poisoned to death. Malia knows she's a Hale. And Lydia finally spilled that the last name to decipher the rest of the list was Derek's name. Not only that, but the group wanted to attract the benefactor by killing Scott. As much as I wanted to help, I couldn't stay in the hospital under that stress. I bowed out and claimed I'd go look for Derek. I had been trying to be on a lookout for him these past few days, yet it seems I almost miss him. I knew he was hiding something, and I feel like it's because of the fact his name was the last key. Derek, I call out as I enter his loft. I really needed to knock some sense into him. He was on a death pool. Leaving your door unlocked around this time was not wise. Guess again, a voice calls out. I whirl around to see Peter walking down the stairs. What are you doing here? I ask. He laughs. Shouldn't I be asking you that? I'm looking for Derek. Not here. You don't say, I say sarcastically as I analyze his demeanor. He seemed so relaxed since the last time I've seen him, which was way before my coma days. I could feel that his strength has grown since then, and it set me off slightly. What have you been up to? I try and attempt to say casually. I was wary of him, but in a way I empathized with him to a level. I had been where he was, trapped inside your own body, that I could see why he did the things he did in the past. However, it didn't mean I approved of them. Just saw my daughter actually. His amusement showed in his face, but I could see from his eyes that he was genuinely happy about it. You don't have to do what you're doing, I say. I have this strange feeling as if he's up to something. He's always lurking around and appears at the oddest times. I'm right as I see his attempt to try and not stiffen up at my accusation. What are you talking about? He says coolly. You're planning something. I have this feeling about. He begins to walk around me, as if I were his prey. Don't you know what happens to those who make assumptions? He says calmly. I take a deep breath and find my nerve. You won't hurt me, I said with genuine confidence in my voice. I saw that genuine look of happiness in his eyes. I knew family meant a dear thing to him. He chuckled darkly. How do you know that? Because I'm Derek's imprint. I didn't just say that to try and use the imprint card. I used it because I knew it was the reason why he wouldn't hurt me. He believed in the beliefs and values of the pack, and one of the biggest ones was the rule about imprints. They're sacred to the pack and to the wolf. You of a LL people should know by hurting me you hurt him as well. And I know deep down you don't want to hurt your family. I take a deep breath, and take my chance to reach out to him. You're planning something, and I have this nagging feeling that it's going to hurt a lot of people. Look, I know so much has happened to you, and even though you've done some awful things, have been where you were. I was stuck too. I know what's like to be conscious and not have control of your own body. I won't forget what you've done, but all I'm saying is you can redeem yourself. You claim you're not the man you were back then when you bit Scott. So I'm telling you now, choose differently. Get to know your daughter. Get to know the remaining family you have left in this world, no matter how small it may be. I smile softly at him. Who knows? Maybe that small family of yours may even grow. Neither of us spoke after that. I didn't dare break my eye contact with him as he stares blankly at me. It unnerved me and I couldn't read the emotions in his eyes, and finally just when I'm about to say something after becoming impatient, his eyes flicker to the door. I turn just in time to see Derek come through the door. Despite how tense the atmosphere was between Peter and I couldn't help but smile in relief when I saw him. Derek, I breathe, and I couldn't resist running toward him and throwing my arms around his neck. He catches me with ease as he places his face into the crook of my neck. Well, I think that it's time for me to go, I see, Peter says. Before he leaves, I touch his arm as he walks past us. You may not believe so, but I am here. You can talk to me, I say as earnestly as I can. He looks back at me briefly before turning his direction toward Derek, whose arms are still wrapped around me. Interesting imprint you have. Derek waits a few moments before looking down at me. I'm assuming to sure Peter was out of earshot. What was that about? Are you all right? I nod. Yes, I'm fine. We were just talking, but enough about that. Why have you been avoiding me? I ask, failing at hiding the hurt concealed in my voice. He sighs and grabs my head, leading us toward the couch. I've been spending a lot of time with Argent. He's been helping me train to protect myself. I just left him since he's helping out with Scott's plan. Protect yourself, but how could Argent help a werewolf in that department? I asked, confused. Derek looks away from, and suddenly I know there is more to the story. Derek, what's wrong? He looks down at our hands that he placed in his lap. He strokes my hand with his thumb as he begins to speak. Kate took something from me when she brought me back to Mexico. He looks up and meets my gaze, but his eyes were different. They didn't flash his usually glowing icy cerulean blue werewolf eyes, but rather glowed golden amber. I'm losing my powers. Since I got back my senses, they've been getting weaker. They're getting closer to an almost human level. What do we do now? I ask. He smiles slightly. We find Kate. We get our answers, and hopefully by then I'll get my powers back. I remove my hand from his, and he frowns slightly. Rather than responding, I stand up and push his arms slightly and wiggle into his lap. His arms quickly wrap around my waist as mine go to his neck. I place my hand on his cheek, forcing him to look at me. It's going to be okay. No matter what happens. He hugs me to his body and I embrace him tightly. No matter how calmly he seems, I know underneath he's scared. I'm going to help you through it. You'll get your powers back. But just know you won't be going human alone, I mumble into his neck. I breathe heavily, trying to catch my breath. I'm so tired, I think. I could already imagine the soreness I'll be in tomorrow. Oh come on, we only ran 10 miles. Ethan says calmly as he leans against the tree waiting for me to catch my breath. Only, I say in exasperation. Let's not forget that I am still human. Technically a special human, Aiden says from where he's sitting on the ground. The two wanted to ensure that I was in shape so that I could run away from the supernatural lurking around. Everyone was still on edge because despite the fact that we ended the dead pool and caught Meredith, who I was still unsure about how to feel since she was only doing what she thought was right based off Peter's mind. Kate was still out there and Peter was nowhere to be found. The fact made me uneasy. I had honestly hoped that he'd take what I had set to heart. You're an alpha's daughter. You should be able to get in touch with your werewolf senses. Once things calm down, we'll help you with it. It's not as hard as it looks, Ethan says. I roll my eyes. Easy for them to say. They've been using those supernatural instincts of them as easy breathing. From a wolf bloodline, the offspring of an alpha who don't shift are still able to have heightened senses. It's like a compensation of the fact that they cannot shift. However, it takes practice to get in touch with them. I nod. Well, come on boys. Let's go back to my place, and I'll make you a meal. We walk in silence for a little bit. It was nice to finally spend some time with them. It was still kind of awkward between us, but we were making progress. So we were thinking, Aiden suggests. I roll my eyes. Don't hurt yourself. Ethan playfully shoves me, but I just stick my tongue out at him. The next time you go up to Forks, we'd like to come with you. We'd like to see the area of where you grew up, Ethan says quietly. I smiled softly. We finally trying to extend the hand and accept that we couldn't go back to the past. They were ready to move on from the remember this conversations, and create the new relationship we can have now. I link my arms between theirs. I'd love that. So I heard Scott and Kira are finally going to have a date. I nod. Yes, finally. It's been so hectic. I was wondering when that'd happen. Do you think? Ethan starts, but hesitates. I cock my head to the side curiously. Do I think what? Do you think she's his imprint? I frowned. We all knew it couldn't have been Allison, since Scott didn't have able to function without her after she died. It could be Kira, but only Scott's inner wolf would be able to tell him when the wolf knows. It's possible, but no one will know until Scott. So we'll just have to wait and see. They stiffen as they see a figure in front of my house. The closer we get, I realize that it's Peter. He doesn't say anything as he sees us, but merely walks straight toward me. I'm choosing differently this time. I don't say anything as I smile. You were right when you believed that I was planning something. I had plotted a plan with Kate that'd kill Scott, but I see your point. I'm choosing right. I'm choosing my future. Kate's planning to ambush Scott soon, we'd have to hurry. My eyes widen as I see we were short on time. Quick, call the others. Tell them to head to the loft ASAP. To the car. I grab Peter's hand and give it a squeeze. That was gutsy what you just did, but I'm glad you're turning a new leaf. We finally make our way to the loft just in time to see that we were too late. Malia, Liam, and Derek were already there before we got there. Peter, Aiden, and Ethan quickly joined the three and Scott and Kira who were fighting off Kate. I stayed back knowing I didn't have a chance at winning. It seemed like a fair fight, but my eyes were mainly on Derek. He was dodging the berserker as fast as he could, but I knew he was getting tired. No! I scream as I see the berserker stab a bone knife into Derek's abdomen. I run over there as Peter tackles the berserker away from us. Derek, I cry, as I help him sit up. He groans. Shish, it's going to be okay. He smiles weakly at me. It'll be okay now cause I got to spend time with you. I didn't tell you this, but before the Deadpool was officially being printed to the public me had already been removed from the list. I had a hunch that meant my time was limited, and I understand now. The only thing I regret was not being to know you as well I wanted to. I could feel the tears escaping from my eyes. Stop Derek. You'll be okay. Argent and the others will be here soon. They'll trap Kate and we'll figure things out. We barely got to know each other. I was panicking. His breaths were getting shallower. This couldn't be happening. I barely even knew how I felt about this man and already he was going to leave me before I could figure it out. Suddenly I heard gunshots as Argent, the sheriff, Parrish, Lydia, Stiles, and other hunters appeared. I'm assuming the hunters were from the Mexican family they had met down in Mexico. Quickly so we didn't get shot, I dragged Derek to behind the couch. Derek, I whisper. I couldn't even see his breath movements anymore. I choke back a sob as I feel a strong thud come up behind me. I turn around to see Kate looking eerily at me. Well, aren't you just a cute thing? Looks like someone had a crush on a wolf. Oh honey, don't you know, they're all dirty animals in the end, she laughs, and suddenly I want to scratch that cocky smile off her face. The only animal here is you. What you've been doing as a hunter and now as a monster is wrong. You're supposed to hunt those who hurt others, yet you're the one who causes the hurt. She glares at me as she throws me aside. I grit my teeth as my shoulder lands on the floor. You bitch. Scott is the monster. Your whole group is. They killed my beloved niece. I shake my head stubbornly. Allison loved Scott. Allison died protecting those she cared about. She was twice the hunter you ever were. She attempts to tackle me, but I move barely escaping her claws. Sadly, I was still too slow and she's able to catch me as I try to get out the way. I scream as her nails dig into me. Oh, killing you will be so much fun, she growls at me. I close my eyes as I see her raise her arm. Suddenly a sharp piercing howl is heard. I see everyone stop to see a midnight black wolf appear on the couch, but it wasn't the wolf that mesmerized me. Its eyes did. They glowed icy cerulean blue. Derek's eyes, I recognized. Could it be? Suddenly the wolf's gaze turned toward Kate and I as it crouched down in a defensive position. Before Kate could even blink, the wolf was on her in a flash. It had tackled her into the ground and was maiming her. I felt a hand pull me a distance away, and I finally forced myself to turn to see who was dragging me. Stiles. I burrowed my head into his chest, relieved. Are you all right? He asks. I think so, I say shockingly. I could feel my arms burning and I looked to see some long scratches she had made. Also my shoulder was aching from when she threw me on the floor. We both looked back to see the wolf back off as Chris shot a bullet at Kate. It didn't kill her, but it penetrated her skin and clearly something in the bullet was affecting her. She growled back as she noticed that we had defeated her berserkers. With her strength she pushed her brother out the way and made a hasty exit. The hunters that came with Chris quickly followed after her. We were all silent as we eyed the wolf that was not watching the door where Kate went through, and then it made its way behind the couch. I heard some movement before a half-naked Derek appeared wearing his torn jeans. You weren't dying then, Chris said as he smiled at his friend. No, Derek said. I felt my heart skip a beat when I heard his voice. He was okay, I thought. I was evolving. I couldn't fight the instinct anymore. I left Stiles' arms. Derek. I yelled out in relief. I ran into his already opened arms and I sobbed into his neck. The familiar rush of heat coursed through my body. And I eagerly welcomed it. Acting out purely on instinct, I moved back a bit so that I could see him. I could still feel the tears in my eyes as I stroked his face. I needed to feel him. I still couldn't believe he was still here. So I held his face firmly in my hands as I pressed my lips onto his. This kiss wasn't gentle as our first one, but raw and passionate. It was filled with such heat and feeling of relief. I finally ended the kiss when I had to breathe. It was only then did I realize I had just kissed Derek Hale in front of everyone we knew. Crap.